Welcome to the Crime for Sleep channel. Let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. And don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Story 1. I still remember the sound of the sandpaper against wood, a gentle, rhythmic scratching that filled my quiet bedroom that Sunday afternoon. Spring cleaning had evolved into a full renovation project, and I'd finally committed to repainting the bedroom walls in the house I'd purchased just 3 months prior. A Victorian craftsman nestled in a sleepy neighborhood of Oak Ridge, Minnesota. The previous owners, an elderly couple named the Kendricks, had lived there for 40 years before deciding to downsize. The closet shelving needed to come down first. It was old, stained with decades of use, the white paint yellowing at the edges. I worked methodically, unscrewing brackets, carefully lifting each wooden shelf. The last one, the highest shelf that had held winter blankets and forgotten items, was particularly stubborn. When it finally gave way, a small cloud of dust descended, dancing in the afternoon sunlight streaming through the bay window. That's when I saw it. On the bare wooden wall at the back of the closet, in the space where the shelf had concealed for what must have been decades, was a carving. Not random scratches or the kind of natural imperfections you'd expect in century-old wood. No, this was deliberate, childish letters etched deep into the grain. Eleanormargaret Shepherd. My full name, not a shortened version, not a nickname. My complete legal name, carved in what appeared to be a child's unsteady hand. Below it was a date, April 17, 1978. I stood motionless on the stepladder, shelf still in my hands, a chill running through me despite the warmth of the spring day. The date made no sense. I wasn't born until 1985, 7 years after this carving was supposedly made, and I had never set foot in this house, in this town even, until 3 months ago when I relocated for work. My phone buzzed in my pocket, breaking the trance. It was my mother calling, her weekly check-in. I answered without taking my eyes off the carving. "Hey, Mom," I said, my voice sounding distant to my own ears. "Elena, you sound strange. Everything okay with the house renovations?" I hesitated before asking, "Mom, did you or Dad ever know anyone in Oak Ridge before I was born? Or did we ever visit here when I was too young to remember?" "Oak Ridge, no, honey. Before you were born, we were living in Seattle, and we moved to Chicago when you were 2. Why do you ask?" I didn't tell her, not then. Instead, I made an excuse about needing to check something with the paint and ended the call, promising to call back later. The carving demanded my full attention now, this impossible artifact in my own closet. The previous owners, the Kendricks, would have answers. The realtor had mentioned they'd moved to a retirement community just outside of town. A quick search through my email located the disclosure documents with Mr. Kendrick's contact information. I dialed the number before I could second-guess myself. "Hello," a man's weathered voice answered after 4 rings. "Mr. Kendrick, this is Eleanor Shepherd. I purchased your house on Maple Street a few months ago." "Ah, yes, how are you enjoying it? Dorothy and I miss that old place sometimes." "It's lovely," I said, my eyes still fixed on the carving. "I'm calling because I found something unusual in the master bedroom closet. There's a name carved into the back wall, my name, with a date from 1978. I was wondering if you might know anything about that." The silence that followed lasted so long I thought we'd been disconnected. "Mr. Kendrick, you said your name is Eleanor Shepherd, Eleanor Margaret Shepherd." The hair on my arms stood up. "Yes, that's right." Another long pause before he spoke again, his voice noticeably lower. That's not possible. That closet was sealed up with those shelves when we bought the house in 1981. We never removed them, not in all our years there. But the carving is there, I insisted. My full name and a date, April 17, 1978. Miss Shepherd, he said slowly, the family that lived there before us had a tragedy. Their daughter went missing in the spring of 1978. The case was never solved. That's partly why the house was on the market when we bought it. Too many painful memories for them. My mouth went dry. What was her name, Mr. Kendrick? I already knew the answer somehow, could feel it pressing against my consciousness before he spoke. Elena Margaret, she was 8 years old. The room seemed to tilt slightly, and her last name. Winters, Elena Winters. Not Shepherd then, but still the coincidence was unsettling. Miss Shepherd, Mr. Kendrick continued, his voice taking on an urgent quality. There's something else. The date you mentioned, April 17th, that was the day she disappeared. I thanked him mechanically and ended the call, my mind racing. Within minutes, I was at my laptop searching archives of the local newspaper. There weren't many digitized records from that era, but the disappearance of a child would surely have made headlines. It took nearly an hour, but finally I found it, a scanned newspaper from April 19, 1978. The headline was stark, "Local girl still missing, search expands." Below was a grainy black and white photograph of a young girl with pigtails and a gap-toothed smile. Elena Margaret Winters, age 8. She looked nothing like my childhood photos, different hair color, different facial structure. Yet there was something in her eyes that felt familiar, something that made my stomach clench. The article mentioned she was last seen playing in her backyard on Maple Street, this very house, and that despite extensive searches, no trace of her had been found. The parents, Robert and Caroline Winters, were devastated. The police had no leads. I continued searching through the archives, following the case through subsequent weeks. The intensity of the search diminished with time, as these things often do. Eventually, Elena Winters became another tragic cold case, a child who simply vanished one spring afternoon. Except she had left something behind. A message carved in a closet with my name, dated on the day of her disappearance. Sleep evaded me that night. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling, the knowledge of that carving just feet away making the darkness seem heavier somehow. Around 3 in the morning, I gave up, turned on the lights, and returned to the closet with a flashlight for a closer inspection. In the focused beam, I noticed something I'd missed earlier, tiny, faint scratches underneath the date. I leaned closer, squinting to make out what appeared to be additional words, much smaller than the name above. "She's coming back for me." The next day I called in sick to work and drove to the county records office. Birth certificates were public records with certain limitations. I wasn't sure what I was looking for exactly, but something compelled me forward, a nagging sensation that there was more to this story than a strange coincidence. The clerk was helpful, if a bit confused by my request. I explained I was doing genealogical research, which wasn't entirely untrue. After some searching, she located the birth certificate for Elena Margaret Winters, born January 12, 1970, to Robert and Caroline Winters. "I'd also like to see my own birth certificate," I said, providing my details. "I was born in Seattle in 1985. She disappeared into the records room again, returning some time later with a puzzled expression. "Are you sure about those details? I'm not finding anything under that name and date in Washington State." "That's impossible," I said. "My mother has a copy at home. I've seen it." "Perhaps it's filed differently, or there was a name change at some point. These things happen." I thanked her and left, immediately calling my mother. "Mom, this might sound strange, but I need you to check something. Do you have my original birth certificate?" "I think so, in the filing cabinet. Why?" "Can you look at it and tell me exactly what it says? The full date and place of birth?" I heard shuffling papers, then my mother's voice. "Here it is. Eleanor Margaret Shepard, born May 3, 1985, in Seattle, Washington." "And who issued it? What hospital?" "Northwest Medical Center." "Eleanor, what's this about?" "Just double-checking something for my passport renewal," I lied. "Thanks, Mom." Back at home, I called Northwest Medical Center in Seattle. After being transferred several times, I finally reached someone in records who confirmed that the hospital had indeed existed in 1985, but had closed in 1997 after merging with a larger healthcare system. The records had been digitized, but accessing them would require paperwork and time. Days passed, the painting project remained unfinished, the walls partly prepped but untouched, the closet still empty. I couldn't bring myself to cover up the carving, this impossible artifact that had thrown everything I knew about myself into question. I drove past the retirement community where the Kendricks lived several times before finally working up the courage to visit unannounced. Mrs. Kendrick answered the door, her husband apparently out playing golf. "I remember when they found those scratches," she said after I explained why I was there. We sat in their small living room, tea growing cold between us. It was about a year after we moved in. Our son Thomas was putting his toys away in that closet and came running out, saying there was writing in the wall. Robert, my husband, he went to look and came back white as a sheet. "Did you tell the police?" She nodded. They came and took photographs, but said it didn't really give them any new leads. Could have been carved by anyone at any time. The girl's father came to see it once. He just stood there staring at it for the longest time, then left without saying much. "What about the smaller writing underneath? She's coming back for me." Mrs. Kendrick frowned. There wasn't any smaller writing when we found it, just the name and date. My heart rate quickened. "You're sure?" "Positive the police photographs wouldn't have missed that." I showed her the photo I'd taken on my phone. She put on her reading glasses and squinted at the screen. "That wasn't there before," she said firmly. "Someone must have added it later." But the shelves were never removed until I took them down. Mrs. Kendrick handed back my phone, her expression troubled. "Then I don't know what to tell you, dear." That night I dreamed of a little girl with pigtails, carving desperately into a wooden wall with what looked like a broken piece of metal. In the dream, I could hear footsteps approaching, heavy and deliberate. The girl looked up, her eyes meeting mine directly, and whispered, "She's coming back for me. She's always been coming back." I woke with a start, my nightshirt soaked with sweat despite the cool air. Without turning on the lights, I walked to the closet and shone my phone's flashlight on the carving. Below the words, "She's coming back for me," another line had appeared, freshly carved, the wood still pale where it had been exposed. "You're not Elena." I ran my fingers over the words, feeling the sharp edges of newly carved wood. This wasn't a dream, wasn't my imagination. Someone had been in my house, in my bedroom, while I slept. I called the police immediately. They arrived within minutes, swept the house, found no signs of forced entry. The officer took photographs of the carving and filed a report, but I could tell from his expression that he thought I might have done it myself, some kind of elaborate hoax or cry for attention. "We'll increase patrols in your neighborhood," he said as he left, "but make sure all your doors and windows are locked tight tonight." I didn't sleep again that night or much in the nights that followed. Instead, I dove deeper into research, contacting old newspaper reporters who had covered Alina Winter's disappearance, searching through microfiche archives at the library, even reaching out to retired police officers who had worked the case. Little by little, pieces began coming together. Alina Winters had disappeared while playing in the backyard. No body was ever found. Her father had been the prime suspect initially. There had been reports of arguments, of tension in the home, but he was ultimately cleared. The mother had a solid alibi, working a shift at the local hospital. No witnesses saw anyone unusual in the neighborhood that day. But there was one detail that hadn't made it into the newspapers, something a retired detective shared with me off the record. Caroline Winters had been unable to have more children after Alina. She had suffered multiple miscarriages before Alina's birth and had undergone a hysterectomy shortly after her daughter turned 5. The loss of her only child destroyed her, the detective told me over coffee at a local diner. She never recovered, moved away about 5 years after it happened. Last I heard, she was in a facility somewhere in Washington State, mental health issues. Washington State, where I was born, or where I believed I was born. It took another week of phone calls and emails to locate the facility, Pacific Shores Residential Care, outside of Seattle. Caroline Winters had been a resident there from 1983 until her death in 2010. "We can't release medical records," the administrator told me over the phone, "but I can confirm she was a patient here." Was she ever allowed visitors or to leave the grounds? Our policies were different back then, less strict about certain things. Patients in good standing were occasionally granted day passes for special circumstances. "Like childbirth?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the line. I really couldn't say. Those records would be sealed. I thanked her and hung up, my mind racing with possibilities, each more disturbing than the last. My mother had always been vague about her pregnancy with me, claiming she barely remembered the details after so many years. My father had passed away when I was 12 and couldn't corroborate or deny anything now. That night, as I sat at my kitchen table surrounded by printouts, notes, and old newspaper clippings, my phone rang. It was a number I didn't recognize, with a Seattle area code. "Hello," I answered. "Is this Alina Shepard?" A woman's voice, elderly but clear. "Yes, it is. Who's calling?" "My name is Martha Wilson. I was a nurse at Pacific Shores for 30 years. I'm retired now, but a friend who still works there mentioned you'd been asking questions about Caroline Winters." My pulse quickened. "Yes, I have been." "There's something you should know," she said softly. "Something that never went into the official records." I waited, my breath shallow. Caroline had a fixation. She was convinced her daughter wasn't dead, but had been taken by someone she called the other woman. She would have these episodes where she'd insist Alina would come back to her somehow. I swallowed hard. Did she ever leave the facility? Around 1985, perhaps. Another pause. She did. She had been doing well with her treatment, and her doctor approved a weekend pass in the spring of 1985. When she came back, she was different, calmer, said she had found closure. My hands were shaking now. Nurse Wilson, did Caroline Winters ever have another child after her daughter disappeared? No, she said firmly. As I said, she had a hysterectomy years before. She couldn't have had another child. But she could have taken one, I whispered, more to myself than to her. What did you say your name was again? Alina Shepherd. Well, yes. That's what she used to write on her journals, not Alina Winters, Alina Shepherd. She said that's who her daughter would become when she came back. The line went quiet for several beats. Finally, she spoke again, her voice gentle. Dear, when were you born? May 3, 1985, I replied automatically. And your parents, do you look like them? I thought about my mother's blue eyes versus my brown ones, my father's straight hair versus my curls. Little discrepancies I'd never questioned. I should let you go, Nurse Wilson said after my prolonged silence. I just thought you should know, sometimes the past doesn't stay buried. After we hung up, I sat motionless at the table, staring at the scattered papers before me. Outside, the wind had picked up, branches scratching against the windows like fingernails on wood. In the empty house on Maple Street, with its half-painted walls and exposed closet, I finally understood why I had felt drawn to this place from the moment I saw the real estate listing. I hadn't chosen this house by chance. I had come home. In the master bedroom closet, freshly carved into the wall beneath all the other messages, were new words I hadn't put there. Welcome back, Alina. Story 2, I still remember the call that came in on that rainy Tuesday morning, the kind of persistent drizzle that makes the world feel smaller, more confined. I was finishing my second cup of coffee, the bitter dregs already cold, when the phone on my desk rang. 23 years as a detective in this small coastal town, and certain calls still have a way of settling into your bones before you even know the details. Detective Morris, I answered, my voice carrying the weight of too many sleepless nights. We've got something unusual at 1422 Cypress Lane, Officer Ramirez said, her typically steady voice betraying a hint of unease. Plumbing issue turned into something else. You might want to see this yourself. The address was familiar, a modest rental property in one of the older neighborhoods, the kind with tall oaks that line the streets and trap secrets in their shadows. I'd driven past it countless times without a second glance. Funny how places can exist in your periphery until suddenly they're the center of everything. I arrived 20 minutes later, the rain still falling in that half-hearted way that makes everything damp but never quite washes anything clean. The house was a small craftsman, blue with white trim that had seen better days. A squad car sat in the driveway, lights off, next to a white van with Peterson Plumbing stenciled on the side. Officer Ramirez met me at the door, her notebook already damp from the rain. Homeowner called a plumber this morning about a persistently clogged sink. Tenant moved out about 3 weeks ago. Owner's been renovating, getting it ready for new renters. We stepped inside, the house carrying that distinct smell of fresh paint layered over something older. The front rooms were stripped bare, walls freshly painted in that inoffensive beige that landlords love. Nothing remarkable until we reached the bathroom. The plumber, a middle-aged man with graying temples and hands that had seen decades of work, was sitting on the closed toilet lid. His face had that particular pallor that comes with discovering something the human mind isn't quite equipped to process. Next to him on the tiled floor was a small pile of wet, dark material. "Tell the detective what you found, Mr. Peterson," Ramirez prompted gently. He looked up, his eyes finding mine but not quite focusing. 27 years I've been unclogging drains. Found all sorts of things, jewelry, toys, even a small turtle once, but never. He trailed off, gesturing toward the pile. I crouched down for a closer look, the familiar latex snap of gloves the only sound in a small bathroom. What appeared at first glance to be a sodden mass of dark hair revealed itself as something far more deliberate. Woven through the clumped strands were fragments of what unmistakably looked like human teeth, small and partially dissolved from whatever chemical had been poured down the drain in an attempt to dissolve the evidence. But it was the silver necklace that made my breath catch, tarnished from its time in the pipes but still intact, a delicate chain with a heart-shaped pendant. I carefully turned it over with my pen to reveal an engraving, "To my daughter, come home soon." "Has anyone contacted the previous tenant?" I asked, my voice sounding distant even to my own ears. Ramirez flipped a page in her notebook. "Melissa Carver, 32, rented for 11 months, gave notice suddenly last month, left a forwarding address for her security deposit, but the landlord says the check came back undeliverable." I nodded slowly, taking in the bathroom. It was almost completely renovated, new shower curtain, fresh caulking around the tub, gleaming faucets. Only the old sink remained, waiting for its replacement that would now never be installed. Instead, it would be carefully removed and taken to the lab, along with the pipes beneath it that had held their grim secret. Back at the station, I began the patient work of building a file. Melissa Carver's driver's license photo showed a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a cautious smile. Employment history at the local community college as an administrative assistant. No criminal record. No reported missing persons matching her description. But the sink had told a different story, and now I had questions that multiplied with each record I pulled. Why had she left so suddenly? Whose teeth had been ground down and mixed with that hair? And most haunting of all, who was the daughter that someone hoped would come home soon? Days turned into weeks as I pieced together Melissa's life. Her neighbors described her as quiet but pleasant. "Kept to herself," said the elderly woman next door, a phrase that always makes detectives take notice. Had a nice young woman visit her sometimes. I assumed it was her sister, looked like her but younger. The college provided her personnel file. Reliable employee. No unexplained absences until her sudden resignation. Her supervisor mentioned that Melissa had once shown a photo of her daughter, a girl she said was attending college on the East Coast. But the pieces didn't align. No records of Melissa having children. Her emergency contact was listed as her mother in Arizona, who, when contacted, said they'd been estranged for years. "I didn't even know she'd moved to your town," the woman told me, her voice brittle with something between grief and anger. "She cut us all off after what happened with Kimberly." "Kimberly?" I asked, the name new to our investigation. A heavy silence followed. Her younger sister, disappeared 10 years ago, just vanished without a trace. Police said she probably ran away. She was 19, had been having troubles, but Melissa never believed that. It broke her, that disappearance. She became obsessed. The lab report arrived the next morning. The hair belonged to at least 3 different individuals. The teeth fragments were too degraded for DNA, but showed signs of having been forcibly removed. And the necklace, the silver pendant with its haunting message, held a partial fingerprint that matched none in our database. I returned to the house on Cypress Lane, standing in the empty bathroom where the sink had been removed. What had happened here? Had Melissa found something about her sister's disappearance? Or had grief twisted into something darker, an obsession that led to her collecting trophies from victims who resembled the sister she'd lost? The landlord provided access to the attic, a space that hadn't been part of the renovation. Among the dust and forgotten items left by previous tenants, we found a small wooden box. Inside were newspaper clippings about missing young women from across 3 states. Each shared similar features, all in their late teens or early 20s, all with long dark hair. And beneath those clippings lay a single photograph, 2 women smiling at the camera, arms around each other's shoulders. On the back, written in fading ink, Melissa and Kim, always sisters, always together. I recognized Melissa immediately. The other woman, with the same cautious smile, the same dark eyes, must have been Kimberly. Around her neck was a silver chain with a heart-shaped pendant. 3 days later, we found Melissa Carver's car abandoned at a bus station 200 miles south. Inside the trunk, carefully packed in ice, was a small cooler containing a sample collection kit with strands of hair, each in its own labeled container. The names matched the missing women from the newspaper clippings. But of Melissa herself there was no trace, just a note taped to the cooler. I found the man who took her, the others too. He won't take anyone else now. We never did find Melissa, or the man she referred to in her note. Sometimes I'd drive past that house on Cypress Lane, with its new owners and renovated bathroom, and wonder about the woman who spent nearly a year there, washing away evidence down a sink that finally couldn't hold any more secrets. And I wonder about that silver necklace now stored in our evidence room. To my daughter, come home soon. Was it given to Kimberly by a mother hoping for her return, or was it something Melissa created in her grief, a talisman for a sister who never came home? The drain kept backing up no matter what she poured down. Eventually the plumber opened the pipe and pulled out a tangled mass of human hair, teeth fragments, and a silver necklace. On the pendant was engraved, "To my daughter, come home soon." Some cases don't end. They simply stop making noise, like water finally draining freely down a clear pipe, leaving behind only the faintest trace that something was ever there at all. Story 3. I still remember the weight of the case file in my hands, the manila folder worn at the edges from countless openings and closings. The station was quiet that night, just the soft hum of fluorescent lights and the occasional distant ring of a phone. My coffee had gone cold beside me, a thin film forming on its surface like the layer of dust that had settled over the Harmon case. It was my 3rd year with the department when Rebecca Harmon's file first crossed my desk. A seemingly straightforward disappearance that most of my colleagues had written off as a woman who simply wanted to start fresh somewhere else. But something about the abandoned house on Cypress Lane kept pulling me back. The house had belonged to Rebecca's aunt, a reclusive woman who had passed away 6 months before Rebecca's disappearance. Rebecca had been its sole inheritor, and according to neighbors, she had been slowly clearing out the place, preparing to sell it, until one day she simply wasn't there anymore. I run my fingers along the edge of the crime scene photographs, glossy, cold, and somehow incomplete. The images capture the house as it was found. A cup of tea left half-finished on the kitchen counter, clothes still hanging in the closet, and a vintage floor mirror in the downstairs hallway, oddly secured to the wooden floorboards with 4 heavy iron nails. The mirror is what brought me back to the case after all these years. Not because it was unusual to find an antique mirror in an old house, but because of what we found tucked behind its ornate frame, a yellowed note handwritten in faded ink. Do not remove from original position. Detective Simmons, the voice startles me, pulling me from my thoughts. Officer Ramirez stands in the doorway, holding a file of her own. Sorry to interrupt, but you asked for the estate sale records for the Harmon property. I nod, gesturing for her to come in. The station is even quieter now, most of the day shift gone, leaving that peculiar stillness that settles over places that are usually bustling with activity. Rebecca Harmon purchased several items at the estate sale before she inherited the house, Ramirez explains, opening the file. Most were small items, books, some jewelry, kitchen items, but there's one purchase that stands out. She points to an entry on the list. One ornate floor mirror, Victorian era, purchased for $75, I read aloud, feeling a slight chill despite the warmth of the room. The same mirror we found nailed to the floor. There's something else, Ramirez adds, her voice dropping slightly. I checked with the company that handled the estate sale. The mirror wasn't listed in the original inventory. It appears it was added to the sale at the last minute by someone other than the estate executors. I lean back in my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me. So where did it come from? The question hangs in the air between us, unanswered. 3 days later, I find myself back at the Harmon house, the key turning with resistance in the lock as if the house itself is reluctant to let me in. The air inside is stale, undisturbed for months since the initial investigation. Dust particles dance in the beams of sunlight that filter through the partially closed blinds, creating an almost ethereal atmosphere in the otherwise ordinary hallway. And there it is, the mirror, exactly as it appears in the photographs. Tall, with an ornately carved wooden frame darkened with age, and those peculiar iron nails securing it firmly to the floor. The glass itself is oddly pristine, free from the dust that covers everything else in the house. I crouch down beside it, running my fingers along the floorboards. That's when I notice something that wasn't mentioned in any of the reports, deep scratches in the wood, radiating outward from beneath the mirror's frame. They're not recent, the edges are darkened with age, but they're definitely not normal wear and tear either. They look almost like claw marks. Back at the station, I pull the statements from Rebecca's neighbors. Most are typical, she kept to herself, seemed normal, nothing unusual. Except for one, Mrs. Alina Patton, 82 years old, who lived across the street. Her statement contains a detail that everyone else seemed to have overlooked. Rebecca moved that mirror upstairs when she first started clearing the house. I remember because I saw her struggling with it through the window, but the next morning it was back in the hallway. She told me she was going to leave it there after all, that some things belong where they're put. She seemed nervous when she said it. I call Mrs. Patton the next day, and her voice trembles slightly when I mention the mirror. Rebecca's Aunt Martha was her name. She always warned the neighborhood children to stay away from that mirror, she tells me, her words measured as if she's choosing them carefully. Said it was special, that it had been in her family for generations, she said. She said sometimes things could come through mirrors if they weren't properly contained. I thank her and hang up, the statement sounding like the superstitious ramblings of an elderly woman. Yet something about it nags at me, like a hangnail you can't help but pull. That night I dream of the mirror. In my dream, I'm standing in front of it, but instead of my reflection, I see Rebecca Harmon staring back at me, her hands pressed against the glass from the other side, her mouth moving in silent pleas. I wake drenched in sweat, my heart hammering against my ribs. The next day, I obtain a warrant to remove the mirror from the house. Two officers help me carefully extract the nails and lift it onto a police transport. As we remove the last nail, I swear I feel the house exhale around us, as if some tension has finally been released. In the evidence room, under the harsh fluorescent lights, the mirror looks ordinary, almost disappointing. The lab finds nothing unusual, no hidden compartments, no secret messages, just an old mirror with an age estimated at around 150 years. But that night, something strange happens. The night guard reports hearing noises from the evidence room, scratching sounds, he says, like something trying to get out. By the time he investigates, the room is silent, everything in its place, except the mirror has somehow shifted from its position against the wall, now lying flat on the floor. 2 days later, Rebecca Harmon's driver's license is found in a drainage ditch 20 miles outside of town. 3 days after that, partial remains confirmed to be hers through dental records are discovered buried in a shallow grave in the woods nearby. The case officially closes, suspected homicide, perpetrator unknown. The evidence, including the mirror, is cataloged and stored away. Life at the station returns to normal. Except I can't forget the scratches on the floor, the warning note, the way the mirror seemed to resist being moved. 6 months pass. I'm reviewing old case files late one night when I get a call from the evidence clerk, his voice tight with an emotion I can't quite place. "Detective Simmons, you need to come down here. It's about the Harmon case." 30 minutes later, I'm standing in the evidence room, staring at an empty space where the mirror should be. "It was here yesterday," the clerk insists. "Nobody's signed it out, it's just gone." The surveillance footage shows nothing, just an empty room, the mirror visible in one frame and gone in the next, as if someone simply edited it out of existence. 3 days later, I receive an anonymous tip, check 1542 Oakwood Drive. It's an address I don't recognize in a newly developed part of town. I drive there expecting to find an abandoned building or an empty lot. Instead, I find a house under construction, the framework just completed. And there, in what will eventually be the main hallway, is the mirror, nailed securely to the newly laid floorboards. As I approach it, my flashlight illuminating the ornate frame, I notice something reflecting in the glass that shouldn't be there, a room I don't recognize, furnished in an old-fashioned style. And standing in that room, staring back at me with hollow eyes, is a woman I've only seen in photographs. Rebecca Harmon raises her hand, pressing it against her side of the glass. Her lips move, forming words I cannot hear, but I can read them clearly enough. "Don't remove the nails." I back away, my heart pounding. As I reach for my phone to call for backup, my flashlight catches something on the floor, fresh scratches in the wood, radiating outward from beneath the mirror's frame. The case remains officially closed. The mirror was never found, according to official records. I requested a transfer shortly after, citing personal reasons. Sometimes late at night, I still dream of that mirror and what might be on the other side of it. And sometimes, when I pass a mirror in a darkened room, I could swear I see something move behind my reflection, something watching, waiting for the nails to be removed. I never did find out who placed the mirror in that new house or how it got there. But I do know this, somewhere in our city, there's a mirror nailed firmly to someone's floor, and God help whoever decides to move it. Story 4, I still remember the afternoon I first saw the drawing. It was a Tuesday in late October, the kind where sunset comes too early and the air carries a hint of winter. My daughter Lily sat at our kitchen table, colored pencils scattered around her like fallen autumn leaves. her small fingers working with unusual precision on a piece of white paper. "What are you drawing today, sweetheart?" I asked, setting down my coffee mug next to the sink. She didn't look up. "The house we're going to live in," she replied, her voice soft but certain. I smiled at her imagination. At 7 years old, Lily had always been creative, filling sketchbooks with fantastical creatures and rainbow-colored landscapes. But this drawing was different. I noticed it immediately, the methodical way she worked, the attention to detail, the absence of her usual whimsical elements. The house she drew was a 2-story Victorian with weathered clapboard siding, a steep roof with dormers, a wide front porch with steps that appeared uneven, broken on one side. The shutters hung slightly askew, and the front door was colored a deep, unsettling red. Next to the house stood a massive oak tree, one branch extending toward an upstairs window like a crooked finger. "That's quite detailed," I said, feeling an unexpected chill despite the warmth of our kitchen. "Have you seen this house somewhere before?" Lily shook her head, still focused on adding shadow beneath the porch. "No, but we're going to live there." I dismissed it then, the peculiar certainty in her voice, the uncharacteristic realism of the drawing. Children say strange things all the time. They confuse dreams with reality. They make declarations based on fleeting thoughts. 2 weeks later, my husband received a job offer that would relocate us from Seattle to a small town in western Massachusetts. It happened quickly, too quickly, perhaps. Within a month, we were packing our lives into cardboard boxes, preparing for a cross-country move to a place we'd never been. "The real estate market is tight there," our agent warned us over the phone. "But I've got a few properties lined up for you to see when you arrive." We checked into a hotel our first night in town. The next morning we met Diane, our real estate agent, in the lobby. She had a portfolio of listings, each one neatly arranged with photos and property details. "This first one just came on the market yesterday," she said, handing me a listing sheet. "It's a bit of a fixer-upper, but it's in your price range and has the space you're looking for." I felt the paper turn slippery in my hands as I stared at the photograph. A 2-story Victorian, weathered clapboard siding, a wide front porch with broken steps on one side, tilted shutters, a red door. And there, to the right, stood a massive oak tree with one branch reaching toward an upstairs window. Lily's drawing exact in every detail. I must have made some sound because my husband touched my arm. "Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "In a way, perhaps I had." "It's nothing," I lied, folding the paper carefully and placing it in my purse. "Let's go see it." The house stood at the end of Willow Street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. As we approached, I felt a strange sensation, not déjà vu exactly, but something deeper. Something that made my skin prickle despite the warm spring day. "It needs work," Diane explained as she fumbled with the lockbox, "but the structure is sound. The previous owners moved out quite suddenly. Family emergency, I believe." The front door, that unsettling red door, creaked as it opened. Inside, dust motes danced in the shafts of light coming through the dirty windows. The hardwood floors groaned beneath our feet as we moved from room to room. All the while, I kept thinking about Lily's drawing, created weeks before we knew about the move, months before we could have seen this house. "What do you think?" my husband whispered as Diane walked ahead into the kitchen. I didn't answer. I was watching Lily, who had wandered to the base of the staircase and was looking up, her small face expressionless. "I want to see upstairs," she said quietly. We followed her up the stairs, creaking with each step. At the top landing, she turned without hesitation toward the right, walking directly to a bedroom at the front of the house. It had a window, the window where the oak branch almost touched the glass. Lily placed her palm against the cool surface and looked out. "This is my room," she said. That night I took out her drawing again and studied it in the privacy of our hotel bathroom, door locked, water running to mask the sound of my breathing. Every detail matched: the missing spindle on the porch railing, the slight tilt of the chimney, even the pattern of the stained glass transom above the front door. How could she have known? I whispered to myself. 2 days later, against some deep instinct I couldn't name, we made an offer on the house. It was accepted immediately. "They're motivated sellers," Diane said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. We moved in on a rainy Tuesday. The movers tracked mud across the floors as they carried our furniture inside. Lily's bedroom was the first room we set up, her bed positioned beneath the window where the oak branch tapped against the glass when the wind blew. That first night I awoke at 3:17 a.m., unsure what had pulled me from sleep. The house was quiet except for the unfamiliar creaks and groans of an old structure settling. I lay there, listening, when I heard it, the soft scratch of pencil on paper. I found Lily sitting cross-legged in the hallway, a flashlight propped beside her, drawing in the dim light. This time it wasn't a house. It was a person, a woman with long, dark hair and hollow eyes, standing at the base of our staircase. "Who is that?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "The lady who lives here," Lily replied without looking up. "She's sad because they took her away." Over the next few weeks, as we unpacked and settled in, I began researching the history of our house. The town library had archives of local newspapers dating back decades. I spent hours scrolling through microfiche, looking for anything connected to our address on Willow Street. And then I found it, a small article from 17 years earlier. A woman named Alina Garfield had lived in our house. She had been committed to a psychiatric facility after claiming she could see future events. Her daughter had been placed in foster care. The article mentioned drawings found in the house, dozens of them, showing events that hadn't yet occurred. I sat there in the quiet library, the microfiche machine humming softly, as cold realization washed over me. The woman had been drawing the future, just like my daughter was doing now. That night I went into Lily's room after she had fallen asleep. Her sketchbook lay on her desk. With trembling hands I opened it to the most recent drawing. It showed our backyard, a freshly dug hole, and something wrapped in what looked like a blanket, partially buried. I closed the book and put it back exactly as I had found it. Then I went downstairs and out the back door, into the yard where the moonlight cast long shadows across the grass. In the corner, near the fence where our property met the neighbors, I saw disturbed earth, a section where the grass appeared to have been recently replaced. I didn't dig that night or the next, but the drawing haunted me, as did the questions that came with it. Was Lily somehow connecting with Alina Garfield's troubled spirit? Was our daughter seeing the future, or was she simply revealing the past that this house had kept hidden? 3 days later, I could no longer resist. While my husband was at work and Lily at school, I took a shovel from the garden shed and began digging where the grass didn't quite match the rest of the yard. 2 feet down, the shovel struck something solid, not hard like bone or rock, but something with give, something wrapped in plastic. I dropped to my knees and brushed away the soil with my hands. The plastic was dirty but intact. Inside was a bundle of papers, drawings, dozens of them protected from the elements, each one signed in the bottom corner, Alina G. With shaking hands, I unfolded the first drawing. It was our family, my husband, Lily, and me, standing in front of the red door. The next showed Lily at her bedroom window, and the third showed me, kneeling in the backyard, uncovering these very drawings. I sit here now in this house that whispers with secrets, wondering what else Alina saw, wondering what else Lily sees. The drawings reveal moments yet to come, glimpses of a future already written, but they never show what happens after these frozen moments in time. They never tell us if we can change what's coming. Lily is drawing again tonight. I watch her from the doorway, her pencil moving with that strange, adult precision across the paper. I'm afraid to ask what she's drawing, afraid to see what comes next in this house with the red door. But I know I'll look, I always do, because some mysteries, once you start unraveling them, can never be left unsolved, even when every instinct tells you to walk away, to close your eyes, to pretend you never saw the truth hidden in the careful lines of a child's drawing. Story 5. They drained the old backyard pool to make repairs. At the deepest end, resting in the algae, was a leather suitcase sealed with duct tape. Inside, children's books, an inhaler, and a photo album with every face scratched out, except one, hers. I've always found that old houses whisper their secrets if you listen carefully enough. The creaking floorboards, the settling foundations, the walls that seem to absorb decades of conversations, they all have stories to tell. But in 15 years as a detective in this small coastal town, I'd never heard a secret quite like the one that emerged from 42 Sycamore Lane. It was early March when I arrived at the property. The air held that peculiar chill that lingers after winter has technically ended, but refuses to relinquish its grip entirely. My breath formed small clouds as I made my way across the neglected lawn toward the pool area, where a small gathering of people stood in silence. The pool had been empty for years, according to the new homeowners. They'd purchased the property 3 months ago and were finally getting around to renovations. The previous owner, an elderly woman named Margaret Holden, had passed away after living alone in the house for nearly 30 years. Her children, who lived out of state, had sold the place without bothering to visit. "Over here, Detective," called Officer Reeves, her voice unusually subdued. She stood at the edge of what was once the deep end of an in-ground pool. The concrete basin was stained with years of algae growth, creating a marbled effect of greens and browns that climbed up the sides like primitive art. I approached slowly, my shoes crunching against the gravel that had collected around the pool's perimeter. The morning light slanted across the empty basin, creating long shadows that seemed to point toward the object resting at the bottom. The suitcase was vintage, weathered brown leather with brass buckles that had turned green with age. Strips of duct tape, now brittle and peeling, had been wrapped around it multiple times, sealing whatever contents it held inside. The tape had deteriorated enough that you could see it had been applied methodically, with careful overlapping patterns. Whoever sealed this case had taken their time. "The contractors found it this morning," Reeves explained quietly. "They were about to start breaking up the concrete when they spotted it." I nodded, pulling on a pair of latex gloves before carefully making my way down the crumbling concrete steps that once led swimmers into the shallow end. The surface was slippery with algae, and I took each step with deliberate care. The smell of stagnant water and decay filled my nostrils, not overwhelming but insistent, like a memory that refuses to fade. "Has anyone touched it?" I asked, though I already knew the answer. Reeves ran a tight ship. "No, they called us immediately." When I reached the suitcase, I crouched beside it, feeling the cool dampness of the concrete through my pants. Up close, I could see that the leather had become almost gelatinous in certain spots, preserving it in a strange state between decay and preservation. The brass nameplate on the front was empty, its engraving surface blank and tarnished. With careful hands, I lifted the suitcase. It was surprisingly light, yet somehow carried a weight that had nothing to do with its physical mass. Something about it felt wrong, not just its presence in an empty pool, but something inherent to the object itself, as though it contained more than just physical items. The forensic team arrived as I placed the suitcase on a tarp we'd laid out beside the pool. They documented everything meticulously, the position of the case, its condition, the way the tape had been applied. Only after every photograph was taken and every measurement recorded did I finally cut through the brittle tape with a small knife. The seal broke with a soft tearing sound that seemed to echo in the quiet morning air. I lifted the lid slowly, aware of the small crowd of officers and homeowners watching from a respectful distance. Inside, neatly arranged, were 3 items. A stack of children's books bound together with a faded ribbon, a small blue inhaler with a prescription label worn beyond legibility, and beneath them, a leather-bound photo album. I lifted the books first, classic tales mostly. The Secret Garden, A Little Princess, Anne of Green Gables. Books about orphaned girls finding their way in the world. The pages were still surprisingly intact, protected from the worst of the elements by the suitcase and tape. On the inside cover of each book, written in careful blue pen, was a name, Elizabeth. Next came the inhaler. The blue plastic had faded to an almost grayish hue, and the prescription label, as I'd noted, was unreadable. But engraved on the side in small, precise letters was that same name, Elizabeth. Then the photo album. This is where the true unease began to build inside me, spreading slowly through my chest like ice water. The album was bound in burgundy leather, with gold embossing that spelled out family memories on the cover. When I opened it, the spine cracked softly, as though it hadn't been opened in years. Inside were photos spanning what appeared to be the late 1980s to early 1990s, judging by the clothes and hairstyles. But what made my skin prickle was that in every photograph, every single one, someone had meticulously scratched out the faces of all the subjects. The scratches were deep, almost violent, gouging into the photo paper and sometimes tearing through entirely. All except for one face. In each photo where she appeared, her face remained untouched, a girl of about 12, with blonde hair cut in a neat bob and serious eyes that seemed to follow me as I turned the pages. Elizabeth, I presumed. Jesus, whispered Reeves, who had climbed down to stand beside me. On the final page of the album was a newspaper clipping, yellowed with age. The headline read, "Local family relocates after daughter's disappearance." The article was brief, noting that the Chambers family had moved away from their home on Sycamore Lane following the disappearance of their 12-year-old daughter 6 months prior. The investigation was ongoing, but no leads had materialized. The date on the clipping was October 15, 1992. "Run a search on Elizabeth Chambers," I said to Reeves, my voice sounding far away even to my own ears. "Missing persons case 1992, and find out who owned this house before Margaret Holden." The case unfolded slowly over the next few weeks, like a photograph gradually developing in chemical solution. Elizabeth Chambers had indeed gone missing in April 1992, last seen walking home from school. Despite an extensive search and investigation, no trace of her was ever found. Her parents, distraught and unable to bear living in the house where their memories of her were strongest, sold the property and moved across the country. The buyer was Margaret Holden, a widow with no children who moved to town in early 1993. By all accounts, she was quiet, kept to herself, and rarely had visitors. Neighbors remembered her as polite but private. She had the pool filled shortly after moving in, claiming she had no use for it, but financial constraints prevented her from having it properly removed. Instead, she had it drained and covered it with a heavy tarp and lock, telling neighbors it was a safety measure. We found no connection between Margaret and the Chambers family in our initial investigation. However, when we searched her house more thoroughly, we discovered a locked room on the second floor, a room that, according to the real estate listing, her children had never mentioned. Inside was what could only be described as a shrine. Newspaper clippings about Elizabeth's disappearance covered one wall. A child-sized desk sat in the corner, atop which rested school books and notebooks filled with handwriting exercises, all dated after Elizabeth's disappearance. A small bed with a floral comforter was neatly made, as though waiting for someone to return. In the closet, we found girls' clothing spanning sizes that would fit a child from age 12 through adolescence and into adulthood, as though someone had been collecting clothes for a growing child who wasn't there. Most disturbing of all was a journal we found in Margaret's bedside table. In it, she wrote daily entries addressed to my Elizabeth, detailing a life together that never existed. The entries spanned decades, describing birthdays, graduations, even a wedding, all fabricated events in the life of a girl who had vanished. The final entry was dated just days before Margaret's death. "They'll never separate us again, my Elizabeth. We'll be together soon, just as we should have been all along." We never found Elizabeth's remains. The pool concrete, when completely removed, revealed nothing underneath. The yard, scanned with ground-penetrating radar, held no secrets. Margaret's diary never explicitly confessed to any crime, though it detailed an obsession with a child she had no relation to. The case remains technically open, but as years pass, it grows colder. Margaret Holden took whatever truth she knew to her grave. All that remains are the contents of a suitcase found at the bottom of an empty pool, books for a child who loved to read, an inhaler for a girl with asthma, and photographs where only her face remained intact, preserved like a butterfly under glass. Sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I find myself thinking about that suitcase. Not the mystery of how it got there. I've developed theories about that over the years, but why? Why preserve these items only to hide them away? Was it a memorial, a confession, or something else entirely? And I think about Elizabeth, whose face I've come to know so well from those photographs. I wonder if she knew what was coming that day as she walked home from school. I wonder if she fought, if she was afraid, if she understood what was happening to her. Mostly, I wonder if we'll ever know the truth, or if the secret will remain forever sealed, like that suitcase at the bottom of the pool, hidden away until time and circumstance conspired to bring it back into the light. The house on Sycamore Lane has new owners now. They filled in the pool completely and planted a garden over it. Bright flowers bloom there in the summer, beautiful and oblivious to what once lay beneath them. I drive by sometimes, not for any official reason, but because some cases get under your skin and into your blood. Some mysteries demand to be remembered, even when they can't be solved. And sometimes, late at night, I imagine I can hear Elizabeth's voice, whispering her story from the pages of those books, from the scratched-out photographs, from the empty space where a pool once held secrets. She's waiting for someone to listen carefully enough to hear what she's trying to say. I'm still listening. Story 6. I remember the first time I saw it, sitting there on a faded blue tablecloth among tarnished silverware and weathered books. The morning light filtered through the trees at the flea market, casting dappled shadows across its porcelain face. I wasn't looking for a doll. I was merely passing through the rows of vendors, the gentle murmur of bargaining and casual conversation washing over me like a familiar tide. The doll's dress was what caught my eye, Victorian-era craftsmanship, with delicate lace collar and tiny pearl buttons trailing down the back. As an amateur costume designer, I could appreciate the intricate stitching, the way the fabric had somehow maintained its structure despite decades of existence. I picked it up, feeling the cool, smooth porcelain against my fingertips. $20, the elderly vendor said without looking up from her crossword puzzle. It's been in my booth for months. Nobody wants old dolls anymore. I turned it over in my hands, examining the craftsmanship. The face was unremarkable blue glass eyes with that vacant stare all antique dolls seem to possess, painted pink lips fixed in a neutral expression. But it was the dress that fascinated me. I decided it was worth the $20 just for the fabric patterns alone. That night, in the amber glow of my reading lamp, I carefully undressed the doll, intending to study the construction of the miniature garment. That's when I noticed it a line of tiny, precise stitches across the doll's abdomen. Not crude repairs, but deliberate markings made to resemble surgical sutures. My fingers instinctively went to my own stomach, tracing the scar that ran from just below my sternum to my navel, the result of emergency surgery following a car accident 5 years earlier. The similarity was unsettling, not just the placement, but the pattern, the way the marks curved slightly to the right at the bottom, just like mine. I told myself it was coincidence, nothing more than my imagination seeing patterns where none existed, until I turned the doll over and saw the faded ink stamp on the porcelain, property of LH. My initials, Laura Henderson. I set the doll down carefully on my desk, suddenly reluctant to touch it. The rational part of my brain cycled through logical explanations. LH could be anyone, thousands of people share those initials. The scar was likely just a manufacturing flaw or a repair, yet the coincidence lingered, heavy in the silence of my apartment. The next morning I returned to the flea market, seeking out the vendor with perhaps more urgency than was reasonable. She was there, arranging a collection of tarnished silver spoons. "The doll I bought yesterday," I began, trying to keep my voice casual. "Do you remember where you got it?" She looked up at me, her eyes magnified behind thick glasses. "Estate sale, I think, over in Ridgewood maybe 6 months ago. Why, something wrong with it?" "No, nothing wrong. I just noticed some markings on it. I was curious about its history." She shrugged. "Wish I could tell you more. Old lady passed away, family sold everything. That's usually how I get my inventory." "Do you remember the name of the family or the address?" The woman's expression shifted from indifference to mild suspicion. "No, dear, I go to dozens of sales, can't keep track." I left with nothing but more questions. That evening I searched online for obituaries in Ridgewood from 6 to 8 months prior. 3 elderly women had passed away during that time. 2 had been moved to nursing homes before their deaths. Their possessions would have been sold or distributed earlier. The third, a leaner merchant, had died at home at the age of 92. I found myself driving to Ridgewood the following weekend, telling myself this was merely curiosity, a small mystery to solve. The leaner merchant's house was a modest Victorian, now with a sold sign in the yard. I parked across the street, unsure of what I hoped to accomplish. As I sat there, a middle-aged woman emerged from the house next door, eyeing me with the wariness of someone who notices strangers in their neighborhood. I approached her with my most disarming smile. "Excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. Did you know Aline or Marchant?" The woman's wariness didn't fade. "I've lived next door to Ellie for 20 years. Why are you asking?" "I purchased something from her estate sale, a doll. I was just curious about its history." Something in her expression changed, a slight widening of the eyes, a tightening around the mouth. "Ellie collected dolls her whole life, had hundreds of them, but I don't know anything about individual pieces." I was about to thank her and leave when she added, "Though she did have that one room, the locked room upstairs where she kept her special collection. Those weren't part of the estate sale. Her niece took those." "Her niece?" "Yes, Catherine something. Lives out in Lakeside, I think. She was the only family Ellie had left at the end." I thanked her and left, the weight of unease growing heavier. A quick internet search revealed a Catherine Briggs in Lakeside, listed as the surviving niece in Aline Marchant's obituary. I found her address in an online directory. The drive to Lakeside took 40 minutes, giving me plenty of time to question my own behavior. What was I doing, tracking down strangers based on coincidences? What would I even say when I got there? Yet I couldn't shake the feeling that the doll with my initials and my exact surgical scar was more than random chance. Catherine Briggs lived in a modern apartment complex overlooking the lake. As I knocked on her door, I rehearsed a plausible explanation for my visit. The door opened to reveal a woman in her 50s, with short gray hair and eyes that seemed both curious and cautious. "Catherine Briggs, my name is Laura Henderson. I purchased a doll that I believe belonged to your aunt's collection." She studied me for a moment. "You're her, aren't you? The one from the accident?" The words hit me like a physical blow. "What did you say?" Catherine sighed and stepped back, opening the door wider. "You'd better come in." Her apartment was minimally furnished but clean. No dolls in sight. She gestured for me to sit on a beige sofa while she remained standing. "My aunt was a peculiar woman," she began. "Talented but eccentric. She worked as a nurse for 40 years at Memorial Hospital. After she retired, she started making dolls, not just collecting them, creating them." I felt a chill despite the warmth of the room. The doll I bought has my initials on it, and a scar that matches mine exactly. Catherine nodded slowly. Aunt Ellie had a special interest in trauma survivors. She would read about accidents in the newspaper, follow the stories. Sometimes she would even volunteer at the hospital, visiting patients. "I was at Memorial," I said quietly. "After my accident, I was there for 2 weeks." "She probably saw you there." Aunt Ellie believed that making dolls of people who had survived trauma would somehow help them channel their pain away. She was convinced she was providing a service. Catherine's voice was even clinical, as if she had distanced herself from the strangeness of it all. "She made dolls of real people, without their knowledge. Over 30 of them from what I found in her special collection, each with identifying mark scars, birthmarks, each with initials. I've been trying to find the people to return them, or destroy them if that's what they prefer." I struggled to absorb this information. So the doll I found at the flea market must have gotten mixed in with her regular collection during the estate sale. I thought I had found all of her special dolls. Catherine walked to a closet and returned with a small wooden box. She opened it to reveal a neatly folded piece of paper. She kept records, names, dates, injuries. It was her way of organizing her project. She handed me the paper. There in neat handwriting was my name, the date of my accident, a clinical description of my injuries and surgical procedure. Did she ever say why she did this? My voice sounded distant to my own ears. Catherine shook her head. She believed she was helping, that's all I know. After she died, I found all these dolls in a locked room, each with its own medical history. I didn't know what to do with them. I left Catherine's apartment with the doll and the paper bearing my name. She had offered to take it back, to destroy it, but something made me refuse. As I drove home, I thought about Alina Marchant, a retired nurse who believed she could heal by creating small porcelain versions of the injured. Was it madness, empathy gone too far, or something else entirely? The doll sits on my bookshelf now. Sometimes I look at it and feel a phantom pain across my abdomen, where the surgical scar has faded to a thin white line. Other times I wonder about the other dolls, the other survivors with matching scars, and whether they ever found their porcelain counterparts. And late at night, when sleep eludes me, I sometimes imagine I can feel a slight warmth emanating from the doll, as if it's drawing something out of me, pain, perhaps, or memory. In those moments, I almost understand what Alina Marchant believed, that there is power in representation, in acknowledgement of our wounds. Or perhaps it's just a doll with stitches that happen to match my own. A coincidence given weight by an old woman's delusion and my willingness to find meaning in the random connections of life. Either way, I keep it, and sometimes I swear the scar on my abdomen aches less since I brought it home. Story 7, the reflection caught my eye first. It was nothing more than a blur, a soft-edged silhouette in the darkened television screen that shouldn't have been there at all. I was alone in my house, or so I believed when I noticed him. A man standing somewhere behind me, his features indistinct except for one unsettling detail. He was smiling. By the time I turned around, there was no one there. Just the still, quiet emptiness of my living room as twilight painted long shadows across the hardwood floor. I dismissed it as exhaustion, a trick of light and an overactive imagination after too many long nights reviewing case files. That's what we do in my line of work. We look for patterns, connections that others miss. We chase shadows until they solidify into evidence. 3 days later, I was scrolling through photos on my phone when I found it, a picture of my kitchen I had no memory of taking. The frame was slightly crooked, the lighting dim, and there, reflected in the window above the sink, was that same blurred figure, smiling. I remember the coldness that settled into my chest as I stared at the image, the weight of realization that someone had been in my house, had used my phone. The photograph was dated 2 weeks earlier, while I was supposedly home alone. Ms. Harmon, we've checked all the doors and windows. There's no sign of forced entry. Officer Reeves stood in my kitchen, notebook in hand, his expression balanced between professional concern and barely concealed skepticism. His partner, a younger woman named Chen, was examining the window where I'd seen the reflection. I know how this sounds, I said, my voice steadier than I felt. But someone has been in my house. Someone's been taking pictures. Chen looked up from the window. You said you found other photos. I nodded, sliding my phone across the counter. The screen displayed 4 images now: the kitchen window, the bathroom mirror, the glass door to the patio, and most disturbing, the darkened screen of my bedroom television. In each one, that same smiling figure lurked in reflection, always positioned just behind where I would have been standing. Reeves scrolled through the photos, his expression unchanged. And you're certain you didn't take these? Positive, the word came out sharper than intended. I live alone. I've lived alone for 3 years. These photos were taken from inside my house when I was home, but I didn't take them. Chen was walking the perimeter of the living room now, gaze traveling slowly up the walls. Your attic access, is it used often? I followed her gaze to the ceiling panel in the hallway. No, I've never been up there. The home inspector checked it when I bought the place, but that was 3 years ago. A crackle of radio static broke the silence as Reeves requested a ladder from their patrol car. 20 minutes later, Chen disappeared into the dark square in my ceiling while Reeves steadied the ladder below. Her voice, when it came, was muffled but clear enough to send ice through my veins. "You'd better come up here, Tom." The attic air was thick with dust and the peculiar stillness of spaces long undisturbed. Insulation covered most of the floor, but a narrow wooden walkway had been installed down the center. Chen's flashlight beam cut through the gloom, illuminating what had startled her. A small desk stood against the far wall, beneath the slope of the roof. On it sat a laptop, its screen dark, and beside it, a neatly arranged row of memory cards. But what drew my attention was the wall beyond, covered from floor to ceiling with photographs. All of me entering my home, reading on the couch, cooking in the kitchen, sleeping in my bed. "Jesus Christ," Reeves whispered beside me. Chen moved cautiously toward the desk, her gloved hands carefully examining the setup. "There's a power source up here, and networking equipment." I couldn't speak. My eyes were fixed on the photos, hundreds of them, all taken from unusual angles, from behind air vents, from inside cabinets, from within the walls themselves. "Ms. Harmon," Chen's voice was gentle but urgent. "How long did you say you've lived here?" 3 years, I managed, unable to look away from the visual record of my private moments. "These go back at least 5, she said, examining dates written in meticulous handwriting beneath each image. "Long before you moved in." Reeves was on his radio again, calling for backup for forensics. Words like stalking and surveillance floated in the dusty air, but I was focused on something else now, a small hole drilled in the wall near the photo display. I moved closer, my investigative instincts temporarily overriding my horror. The hole, I realized, lined up perfectly with a heating vent in my bathroom. A fiber optic camera, barely visible, protruded through it. "He's been watching through the walls," I said, my voice hollow in the cavernous space. "He's been here all along." The investigation revealed what the previous owners had tried to hide, the disappearance of their teenage daughter 4 years earlier. They'd moved suddenly, selling the house at a loss, telling neighbors they couldn't bear to live with the memories. Forensics found 37 different surveillance points throughout my home, all accessible from the attic or crawl spaces between walls. The memory cards contained over 10,000 images spanning 7 years and 3 different homeowners. The man in the reflections remained unidentified. No fingerprints were found in the attic. The laptop contained software that automatically uploaded images to a remote server, but the digital trail led nowhere. I moved out that same day, taking only what I could carry. My clothes still smell faintly of that house, no matter how many times I wash them. Sometimes, scrolling through my phone, I still expect to find photos I didn't take. Sometimes, passing a dark window or a television screen, I pause, looking for that blurred figure with his perpetual smile. But what haunts me most are the spaces I can't see, the hollow places in walls, the darkness behind vents, the silent, watchful voids between rooms. In my dreams, I hear the quiet click of a camera shutter, the soft whir of a lens adjusting. And I wonder if he found me again, if he's smiling somewhere behind me, just out of sight, watching as I write these words. Because the final photograph in that attic collection wasn't of the previous owners or of me. It was of the forensics team, taken that very day as they documented his shrine of surveillance. He had returned while we were there, moving silently through his hidden pathways. In a reflection on an evidence bag, barely visible but unmistakable, a smile. Story 8. The afternoon light filtered through the blinds, casting long shadows across the hardwood floor of the guest bedroom. I remember how the dust particles danced in those beams of light as I carried the cardboard boxes toward the closet. The house was quiet, save for the occasional creak of settling wood and the distant hum of traffic beyond my neighborhood. This suburban home in Oak Ridge was supposed to be my fresh start. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, and enough distance from my past to let me breathe again. I balanced the stack of boxes against my hip and reached for the closet door handle. It turned with a soft click, and as the door swung open, the first thing I noticed was the scent, a faint mixture of lavender and something chemical, like dry cleaning solution. My mind registered the oddity before my eyes fully comprehended what I was seeing. The closet wasn't empty. Dresses hung in neat rows, blouses arranged by color, shoes lined up on a rack below. A small jewelry case sat on the shelf above. For a disorienting moment, I thought I had somehow opened the door to my own bedroom closet, but no, this was definitely the guest room. And yet, as I reached out to touch the sleeve of a navy blue blazer, a chill crawled up my spine. These clothes weren't just similar to my style, they were identical, the same size, the same brands I preferred. I let the boxes fall to the floor with a dull thud and stepped closer, my heart beating a slow, heavy rhythm against my ribs. Who had put these here? The previous owners had moved out weeks ago, and the realtor had assured me the house had been thoroughly cleaned. I flicked through the hangers, cotton dresses for summer, wool coats for winter, even a replica of the red cocktail dress I had worn to my company's holiday party last December. At the bottom of the closet sat a white shoebox, pristine and unmarked except for a neatly applied label that read, "Returned items." My fingers trembled slightly as I lifted the lid. Inside, nestled in tissue paper, lay a folded piece of card stock. I opened it to find a handwritten list of names, each one in neat cursive. Marion Wilson, Rebecca Thornton, Sarah Jenkins, Alicia Cooper, Emily Davenport, Catherine Reynolds. My own name, Catherine Reynolds, was the last on the list. I felt the room tilt slightly, my vision narrowing to just that piece of paper and those 6 names. The 5th name had been crossed out with a single, deliberate line of black ink. I lowered myself to the floor, the box still in my lap, and tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I had purchased this house 3 weeks ago from a couple in their 70s, the Hendersons, who were moving to Florida for retirement. The husband had been a dentist. The wife had taught elementary school for 40 years. They seemed ordinary, unremarkable. Nothing about them had triggered any alarm bells during our brief interactions at the closing. My mind raced back to the housing inspection. Had the inspector opened this closet, he must have. But then again, I remembered him mentioning something about respecting the privacy of the current owner's belongings. Perhaps he had seen the clothes and assumed they were simply items the Hendersons hadn't packed yet. I pulled my phone from my pocket and searched each name on the list. The results for the first 4 names yielded nothing unusual: social media profiles, work information, various people who shared those common names. But when I searched for Emily Davenport, the crossed-out name, the results changed. The first link was to a local news article from 8 months ago. Local woman missing, police seek information. The room seemed to grow colder as I clicked the link. Emily Davenport, 34, had disappeared after leaving work one evening. Her car was found in the parking lot of a shopping center 3 miles from her apartment. The article included a photograph, a woman with shoulder-length brown hair and a warm smile. She worked as a nurse at the county hospital. The article mentioned she had recently moved to the area and didn't have many local connections. The investigation was ongoing. I set the phone down and looked back at the closet, the rows of clothing that matched my taste exactly. How long had someone been watching me, learning my preferences, my sizes, my habits? I thought about the real estate agent who had shown me the house, how she had mentioned that the Hendersons were particularly eager to sell to me after meeting me briefly at the open house. "They think you'll be perfect for this home," she had said with a smile. With shaking hands, I reached back into the shoebox and found something beneath the tissue paper, a small spiral notebook. The first page contained another list, this one much more detailed. Catherine Reynolds, age 36, height 57, weight 135 pounds. Occupation, marketing director at Bellevue Media. Single, no children. Moved from Chicago 6 months ago. Regular schedule, leaves for work 7:45 a.m., returns 6:30 p.m. Monday evenings, yoga class at Community Center, 7:30-8:45 p.m. Thursday evenings, dinner with friend Melissa at Riverside Cafe. Weekend routine varies, often visits farmers market on Saturday mornings. The list continued with more details about my life, details no stranger should know. The next several pages contained photographs, me walking to my car, entering my previous apartment building, sitting at an outdoor cafe with my friend Melissa. The final page had a simple note, ready for preparation. Moving date confirmed, April 5th. That was today. I dropped the notebook as if it had burned me and backed away from the closet. My gaze fell on the stack of moving boxes I had brought in, the ones containing my own clothes, which were meant to be stored here temporarily while I painted my bedroom. I fumbled for my phone again, this time to call the police. As I dialed, I heard the front door open and close gently downstairs. Footsteps moved across the entryway, soft, unhurried. I froze, my finger hovering over the call button. "Catherine," a woman's voice called from below. "Is that you upstairs?" It was Mary Henderson, the previous owner who had supposedly moved to Florida 2 weeks ago. I let myself in with the spare key. Her voice continued, drifting up the stairwell. "I hope you don't mind. There were just a few things I forgot to take with me." The floorboards creaked as she began to ascend the stairs. I looked around frantically for an escape route, but the only exit from the bedroom was the door that led to the hallway, the same hallway Mary Henderson was now walking along, her footsteps growing louder. "I see you found your new wardrobe," she said, appearing in the doorway. Her smile was pleasant, her gray hair neatly styled, her cardigan buttoned precisely. She looked exactly as she had at the closing, unremarkable, harmless, but her eyes were different now, focused, calculating. "I've been preparing for quite some time." I backed away until I hit the wall. "What is this? Who are those women on the list?" Mary stepped into the room, her gaze drifting to the open shoebox on the floor. "Oh, you found that too. Well, I suppose that saves us some time. They were like you, Catherine, perfect candidates, but none of them worked out in the end." She sighed, as if disappointed by a minor inconvenience. Emily was the closest. She almost made it through the entire process, but she started asking too many questions. Process, my voice was barely a whisper. Mary's smile widened just slightly. Robert, my husband, has very specific needs for his practice. The dental office was just a cover, you understand. His real work requires assistance. Women like you, single, minimal connections, regular schedules, easy to study, easy to replace. I heard another set of footsteps on the stairs, heavier this time. Ah, Mary said, turning slightly toward the hallway. That would be Robert. He's eager to meet you properly. She lowered her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. Between us, I think you might be the one who finally works out. As Robert Henderson's shadow fell across the doorway, I clutched my phone tighter and pressed the emergency call button. In the seconds before he entered the room, I thought about the crossed-out name on the list, Emily Davenport, and wondered if she had stood in this same spot, facing these same people, before her name was erased. The 911 operator's voice came through the speaker. 911, what's your emergency? Mary's expression didn't change, but something in her eyes hardened. Oh, Catherine, she said softly, we were really hoping you wouldn't do that. Robert stepped into the room, blocking the doorway completely. In his hand was a small black medical bag. Don't worry, he said in a calm, professional voice. This will only take a moment. The last thing I remember before the darkness closed in was Mary Henderson opening the closet wider, her hands running almost lovingly over the clothes that had been selected just for me. Detective Simmons closed the case file with a weary sigh. The Reynolds disappearance had gone cold like the others before it. The house on Maple Street stood empty once again, the real estate company having difficulty selling it after what had happened. The only evidence they'd found was Catherine Reynolds' phone, discovered in the guest bedroom beside several empty boxes. The 911 call had recorded only static after the initial operator greeting. The Hendersons remained missing, their Florida retirement community address proving to be false. Their identities, meticulously built over decades, had evaporated overnight. Dental records, teaching certifications, tax filings, all legitimate on the surface but leading nowhere substantive when traced back. As he prepared to place the file in the cabinet of unsolved cases, Detective Simmons noticed a small real estate listing that had been clipped from yesterday's newspaper. A handwritten note was attached, potential new lead. The listing showed a modest 3-bedroom house in a neighboring county. The selling points highlighted its spacious closets and move-in ready condition. At the bottom of the listing was a familiar name, Mary Henderson, real estate associate. The detective reached for his phone. In his 20 years on the force, he had learned that some predators never stop hunting. They simply change their territory. In the neighboring county, a young woman named Lisa Mercer signed the final paperwork on her new home, eager for a fresh start in a quiet neighborhood. The real estate agent, a pleasant older woman, handed her the keys with a warm smile. I think you'll be perfect for this home, she said. Story 9, it was a small thing barely noticed. The welcome mat said the Dawsons, but her last name wasn't Dawson. When she asked the landlord to remove it, he looked confused. That's the family who signed the lease. He showed her the paperwork and her signature was right there, under Dawson. I remember the day the file landed on my desk. An unassuming manila folder, edges frayed, the paper inside slightly yellowed from sitting in evidence storage for nearly 5 years. The case of Miranda Patel or Miranda Dawson, depending on which version of reality you believed, had gone cold long ago, but but something about it kept pulling at the edges of our department's collective conscience. Perhaps it was the simplicity of how it all began, with a welcome mat bearing the wrong name. I settled into my chair, the leather creaking softly beneath me. The office was quiet this Tuesday evening, most detectives having departed hours ago. Only the distant hum of the janitor's vacuum cleaner 3 floors down and the occasional car passing outside broke the silence. This was how I preferred to work on the puzzling cases, surrounded by stillness, with only the soft pool of my desk lamp illuminating the mystery before me. According to the initial report, Miranda Patel had moved into apartment 7B at the Willow Creek Residences in November. The 28-year-old graphic designer had recently relocated from Chicago for a new job. Nothing unusual about her background check, no criminal history, good credit score, positive references from previous landlords. She'd signed a standard 12-month lease with building manager Thomas Reeves. 3 days after moving in, she'd approached Reeves about the welcome mat outside her door. A seemingly innocuous conversation that would later be identified as the first thread in a tapestry of inexplicable circumstances. The mat read the Dawsons in simple black lettering against a faded gray background. Miranda explained she wasn't a Dawson and asked if it could be removed. What happened next was what first raised flags. Reeves, visibly confused, insisted that according to his paperwork, she had signed the lease as Miranda Dawson. He produced the document, and there it was, her signature, unmistakably hers according to later analysis, beneath the surname Dawson. I ran my fingers across the photocopy of the lease included in the file. Even in reproduction, you could see the pressure points of the signature, the way the pen had pressed firmly into the paper. Miranda had insisted there must be some mistake. She'd never used the name Dawson, had never been married to anyone with that surname, had no connection to anyone called Dawson that she could recall. The building manager had simply shrugged, offering to order her a new mat with Patel instead. The incident might have ended there, filed away as a clerical error, if not for what happened the following week. Mail began arriving from Miranda Dawson, not just junk mail or mistaken deliveries, but personal-looking envelopes, bills, a magazine subscription, a birthday card from someone claiming to be her aunt. When questioned later, the postal worker said he was simply delivering to the name on the mail. He'd been told apartment 7B belonged to Miranda Dawson. I paused my reading, reaching for the lukewarm coffee at the edge of my desk. The ceramic mug felt heavy in my hand as I took a slow sip, grimacing slightly at the bitter taste. My eyes drifted to the crime scene photographs tucked into the back of the folder. I wasn't ready to look at those again just yet. The case notes continued with a statement from Miranda's coworker, Elise Chen. 3 weeks after the welcome mat incident, Miranda had shown up to work visibly distressed. She'd received a phone call that morning from a doctor's office confirming her appointment, but they'd addressed her as Mrs. Dawson. When she corrected them, the receptionist had apologized and said the appointment had been made under that name. Miranda had never scheduled an appointment with that particular doctor. The tap water running in the bathroom down the hall created a gentle background noise as I flipped through more witness statements. Miranda's neighbor in 7A, an elderly man named Walter Grisham, reported hearing her arguing with someone in her apartment on multiple occasions. But when asked directly, Miranda insisted she lived alone and had no regular visitors. Then came the bank statement. Miranda had noticed unfamiliar transactions in her checking account, small at first, a coffee shop in a part of town she never visited, a gas station purchase when she didn't own a car. When she'd called the bank to report possible fraud, they told her the purchases were made with a debit card issued in the name of Miranda Dawson, a secondary card on her account that she claimed she never requested. The soft tick of the wall clock punctuated my thoughts as I slowly pieced together the timeline. Miranda had begun sleeping at friends' homes 3 months after moving into the apartment. She'd reported feeling watched. Objects in her apartment would be slightly moved when she returned home. The shower would be damp when she hadn't used it, and always there was more mail for Miranda Dawson. Police had investigated but found nothing conclusive. No signs of forced entry, no fingerprints other than Miranda's and those of a few friends she acknowledged had visited. Security cameras in the building's lobby and hallways revealed no unauthorized visitors to her apartment. 4 months and 7 days after moving in, Miranda Patel disappeared. Her disappearance wasn't discovered immediately. Her workplace assumed she was sick when she didn't show up on Monday. Friends thought she was catching up on work. It wasn't until Thursday, when her mother called the building manager after being unable to reach her for days, that anyone entered the apartment. What they found defied simple explanation. The apartment was immaculately clean, too clean, as if someone had methodically removed all traces of the person who had lived there. Miranda's clothes remained in a closet, neatly arranged. Her toiletries were in the bathroom. Her laptop sat on the desk, but all personal items, photographs, mementos, mail, her phone, were gone. And on the coffee table, placed with deliberate care at its center, was a framed wedding photograph of Miranda in a white dress, smiling beside a man no one in her life had ever seen before. According to the engraving on the silver frame, it showed Miranda and James Dawson, June 12th. I finally turned to the crime scene photographs, spreading them carefully across my desk. The apartment looked staged, like a furniture showroom display of a lived-in space rather than an actual home. Everything too perfect, too arranged. The wedding photo was clearly visible in several shots, Miranda's smile frozen in a moment no one could verify had actually happened. Facial recognition had failed to identify the man in the photograph. Digital analysis suggested the image had been expertly manipulated. The wedding had never taken place, at least not the one depicted. No marriage license existed for Miranda Patel and anyone named James Dawson. No one named James Dawson matching the man's appearance could be located. I leaned back in my chair, the springs protesting softly beneath me. The building's heating system had cycled off, and I noticed the slight chill in the air for the first time. 5 years later, and Miranda Patel remained missing. No body had ever been found. No activity on her financial accounts after her disappearance. No confirmed sightings. But there was one final detail in the file that had always troubled investigators. 3 weeks after Miranda was reported missing, the tenant who moved into apartment 7B reported finding something unusual. Tucked behind the refrigerator was a small notebook. The pages were filled with what appeared to be the same sentence written over and over in increasingly frantic handwriting. My name is Miranda Patel. I am not Miranda Dawson. My name is Miranda Patel. I am not Miranda Dawson. The final page contained only one line, the handwriting suddenly calm and controlled again. Actually, I've always been Miranda Dawson. Handwriting analysis confirmed it was Miranda's writing throughout. What had happened in that apartment? Who was the mysterious James Dawson? Was Miranda Patel still alive somewhere, now believing herself to be someone else? Or had someone methodically erased her identity before erasing her? I carefully returned the documents to the folder, my mind circling through the possibilities. Sometimes the simplest explanation is that someone wanted to become someone else. Other times, someone wants to turn you into someone else entirely. and occasionally the welcome mat outside your door is the first sign that your life is no longer entirely your own. The case remains unsolved. The welcome mat with the wrong name was taken into evidence where it sits in storage to this day. And somewhere perhaps Miranda, whether Patel or Dawson, continues to exist in a reality none of us can access. I turn off my desk lamp, leaving only the faint glow of emergency exit signs to illuminate the office. Some mysteries aren't meant to be solved in a single night, or perhaps ever. Story 10. The aged envelope with its yellowed edges and a fresh stamp held a secret that had just been unveiled to the detective. Carefully opening it, Detective Sarah Morgan found a single sheet of paper inside. The message, typed hastily in an uneven font, read, "I am sorry for what I did." A peculiar dampness clung to the paper, and a faint scent of iron lingered in the air. A reddish smear along the bottom edge caught her attention, a grim detail that hinted at a darker truth. Handling the letter with gloved hands, Detective Morgan placed it in an evidence bag with practiced precision. The forensics team's analysis confirmed her suspicions the reddish stain was indeed human blood, matching the DNA from an unsolved homicide case that had plagued the department for years. The victim, a young journalist named Rebecca Warren, had been brutally murdered in her apartment, her laptop missing, her notes scattered. It seemed her death was linked to a story she was investigating, a story that had remained unfinished. As the team delved deeper, they discovered that the letter had surfaced at the police department, addressed simply to Homicide Division. The lack of fingerprints on the paper and envelope suggested a careful sender, one who had taken precautions to conceal their identity. The postmark provided a glimmer of hope, a thread to follow in the darkness of the case. Gathering her team in the dimly lit briefing room, Detective Morgan pinned the image of the letter at the center of the board adorned with crime scene photos and suspect profiles. "This changes everything," she announced softly, her words carrying weight in the stillness of the room. "Our killer shows remorse." Detective James Chen, her steadfast partner in the investigation, studied the letter thoughtfully. Or perhaps it's a ruse, he proposed, a calculated move to deceive us. The possibilities loomed like shadows in the corners of their minds, each theory leading down a different path in the labyrinth of the case. Tracing the unique typewriter impression patterns to an antiquated model no longer in production, the team embarked on a quest to locate the source. Interviews with those who knew Rebecca shed light on her life, a tenacious journalist unearthing secrets, delving into the murky depths of corruption. Her latest assignment had entangled her in a web of deceit spun by a wealthy family with ties to local politics, a family torn apart by greed and power struggles. Interviewing Rebecca's boyfriend, Michael Barnes, revealed subtle shifts in his demeanor, a nervousness that had not been present before. He confessed to her fears of being followed, a paranoia fueled by the shadows lurking in the wake of her investigation. The pieces of the puzzle began to form a chilling image of a truth veiled in darkness. Just as the investigation gained momentum, a second letter arrived, bearing the same typewritten message in crimson ink. This time, the words painted a clearer picture of the tangled web of lies and betrayal surrounding Rebecca's death. The trail led them to the mansion of the deceased patriarch, where suspicions simmered beneath the surface of polite conversation. The eldest son, Richard, emerged as a person of interest, his collection of vintage typewriters raising eyebrows. His polished explanations crumbled under scrutiny, unveiling a facade carefully crafted to conceal the truth. The revelation came with the discovery of microscopic fibers on the envelopes, linking them to custom stationery belonging to the youngest daughter, Elena, a key piece in the puzzle. A search of Richard's residence unearthed a hidden chamber filled with damning evidence clippings about Rebecca, surveillance photos, and the vintage typewriter used for the letters. The blood analysis sealed the connection, tying the crime to its perpetrator with chilling certainty. The tangled threads of deceit wove a tapestry of betrayal, revealing a sinister alliance between Richard and Michael, bound by greed and fear. The trial brought forth the damning recording, a whispered conversation echoing with the weight of guilt and betrayal. Richard's facade crumbled under the weight of the evidence, his protests of innocence drowned out by the echoes of the past. As justice prevailed and the guilty were held to account, Detective Morgan stood before Rebecca's grieving parents, offering solace in the shadow of their loss. The blood-stained letters, now silent witnesses to a tale of darkness, remained in evidence storage, a reminder that even the most carefully laid plans can unravel in the face of truth and justice. Rebecca Warren's story became a lesson etched in the annals of detective training, a testament to the power of perseverance and the unraveling of secrets hidden in plain sight. In the stillness of the night, the whispers of the old typewriter echoed, carrying with them the weight of guilt and the promise of closure. Story 11: The Mystery of the Whispering House. She had felt compelled to refresh the nursery's look before the imminent arrival of the baby. The walls, once adorned in a faded blue hue, bore witness to the tales of years gone by. As she diligently applied the first coat of white paint, a peculiar revelation emerged, faint letters hidden beneath the surface, gradually materializing into sharp, distinct characters. A message clandestinely etched beneath the layers of paint. "Don't let it hear you." A shiver ran down her spine. Stepping back, her gaze fell upon something inexplicable: tiny handprints imprinted in the wet paint, positioned too high for a child's reach. This unsettling discovery within the nursery of the Morgan residence marked the inception of what would later be known as the Whispering House case. The young couple had acquired the Victorian-style dwelling mere months earlier, lured by an inexplicably low price. The real estate agent had offhandedly mentioned minor cosmetic issues, conveniently omitting the property's shadowy past. Detective Sarah Klein, her notebook clutched firmly, rang the doorbell. A woman, her expectant belly pronounced beneath paint-splattered overalls, answered the door. Dark circles underscored her eyes, betraying her sleepless nights. The trembling of her hands as she recounted the unsettling discovery of the hidden message and handprints did not escape the detective's notice. The previous owners departed abruptly, the woman disclosed. According to neighbors, they fled in the dead of night, leaving without a trace, packing only essentials into their car. Accompanied by the pregnant homeowner, Detective Klein traversed the historic abode, the aged floorboards creaking beneath their weight. Upon reaching the nursery, she scrutinized the partially painted wall, where the cryptic message lingered beneath the hasty layer of fresh paint. Adjacent to it, 5 diminutive handprints imprinted in the wet paint at a height indicative of an adult's shoulder level. Back at the precinct, Detective Klein delved into the property's records. The house had changed ownership a staggering 8 times in 30 years, a turnover rate far exceeding the norm. More disconcerting were the child welfare reports linked to 3 of the previous families. Accounts of children hearing whispers from the walls and feeling as though they were being watched while they slept. The detective delved further, unearthing construction blueprints and historical documents. The house had once belonged to Eleanor Blackwood, a wealthy widow who, childless herself, had operated a small orphanage on the premises during the early industrial era. Newspaper clippings chronicled the disappearance of 5 children under her care, presumed to have run away, a common plight for orphans of that era. Upon Aliner's passing, workers renovating the house had stumbled upon a concealed chamber behind the nursery wall. Within, they discovered the belongings of children, tiny shoes, toys, and garments, but no trace of their remains. The case had grown cold, relegated to dusty archives. Detective Klein interviewed former residents, weaving together a chilling narrative. Each family with children had reported uncanny incidents, playthings rearranged overnight, childish laughter reverberating through empty corridors, and crayon drawings materializing on the walls. Most had dismissed these occurrences as mere figments of imagination until the cryptic inscriptions surfaced during repainting. A forensic linguist scrutinized the handwriting, confirming its resemblance to samples found in Aliner Blackwood's diaries. More unsettling were the handprints uniform in size and placement across decades, despite various children inhabiting the home over the years. The investigation veered into a darker realm when the detective persuaded the current homeowners to permit ground-penetrating radar scans in the basement. The technician identified anomalies in the readings, 5 distinct shapes, reminiscent in size of children, concealed beneath the concrete floor. Breaking through the concrete revealed a macabre revelation. 5 sets of child-sized remains arranged in a circular formation. Forensic analysis indicated that the children had met their demise during Aliner's tenure at the house. Each child bore a pendant engraved with their name, the 5 orphans who had purportedly absconded. Luminol was sprayed throughout the nursery, unveiling a chilling sight. Handprints aglow on every wall, obscured beneath layers of paint, imperceptible to the naked eye. Countless imprints, varying in height as if the children had sought to escape their confines. Aliner's journals, salvaged from county archives, laid bare her twisted rationale. She harbored a belief that orphaned children possessed a unique spiritual essence. By confining them within the hidden chamber, she aspired to harness their life force to prolong her own existence. The children had etched their warnings into the wall using nails and slivers of metal in the hopes that future occupants would uncover their tragic fate. The case concluded with the proper interment of the 5 victims, their identities finally acknowledged not as runaways but as casualties of a heinous crime. The house stood vacant thereafter, the pregnant couple steadfastly refusing to set foot inside, even to retrieve their belongings. Detective Klein finalized her report, inclusive of photographs depicting the luminous handprints and concealed message beneath the paint. She noted that while justice had been served for the initial victims, an ineffable presence lingered within the house, an entity that persisted in reaching out through layers of paint and time. The nursery walls were dismantled during the remediation process, yet laborers reported hearing whispers of children emanating from the debris. Each worker balked at the notion of returning after their shift had ended. Ultimately, the house was condemned, relegated to the annals of cold case files, a tangible closure to the investigation, yet leaving spiritual queries unanswered. The detective retained a single photograph from the case, a haunting image of 5 luminous handprints adorning the darkness, a poignant reminder that certain transgressions leave indelible marks that no amount of fresh paint can conceal. Story 12. The motel stood in stark contrast to the bustling city outside, a relic of a forgotten era. Its faded sign whispered promises of rest for weary travelers, but the peeling paint and flickering neon lights told a different story. It was the kind of place where people passed through quickly, their footsteps echoing down empty corridors, leaving behind only fleeting memories. The clerk behind the front desk had a weary look in his eyes as he handed her the key, a key that felt heavier than it should have been. "Just don't take the last door on the left," he murmured, his words hanging in the air like a warning she couldn't quite decipher. Curiosity tugged at her, a thread pulling her towards the unknown. That night, as shadows danced in the flickering hallway lights, she found herself standing before the forbidden door. The handle was icy to the touch, sending a shiver down her spine. It blended seamlessly with the others, its secrets hidden behind a facade of worn wood and faded paint. But when she pressed her ear against it, she heard it a soft, rhythmic breathing, as if the room itself was alive. Detective Morgan Reed arrived at the scene in the early hours of the morning, the crime scene tape fluttering in the cool breeze. Stepping under it, she was greeted by the familiar scent of blood, metallic and sour, a scent that lingered long after the crime had been committed. The room was a puzzle of contradictions, a pristine bathroom, an untouched bed, and at its center, a young woman's body sprawled on the floor, her eyes wide with a silent scream. As Reed knelt beside the victim, the forensic technician's voice cut through the silence, matter-of-fact and detached. Third one this season, same signature. The pieces fell into place, a pattern emerging from the darkness. This was no random act of violence. This was a carefully orchestrated dance of death. Back at the station, Reed pinned photographs to the board, each image a haunting reminder of lives cut short. 3 women, 3 stories intertwined by tragedy. The press clamored for answers, but the truth remained elusive, hidden behind a veil of secrets and lies. The investigation led Reed down a twisting path of betrayal and obsession. The victim, Elaine Werner, had been a woman of secrets, her life a tapestry of half-truths and hidden desires. Reed's interviews uncovered a tangled web of deceit, leading her to a man named Charles Emerson, a man with a perfect facade and a dark soul. Emerson's mask cracked under the weight of Reed's relentless pursuit of the truth. His confession revealed a chilling reality, a reality where love turned to obsession and desire twisted into something monstrous. The evidence mounted, painting a portrait of a man consumed by his own demons, a man who would stop at nothing to protect his carefully constructed facade. The trial was a whirlwind of emotions, a spectacle of justice served cold. Emerson's stoic demeanor never wavered, his eyes fixed on a horizon beyond reach. But in a fleeting moment, Reed caught a glimpse of the emptiness that lay behind his gaze, a void where empathy should have been. The media dubbed it the Door on the Left case, a tale of horror and deception that captivated the nation. But for Reed, the echoes of that night lingered in the shadows, a reminder that some doors should never be opened, some secrets should never be unearthed. And as she walked down dimly lit hotel hallways, the sound of her footsteps echoing into the night, she couldn't help but wonder what lay behind those closed doors. In the evidence locker, 3 hotel keys remained, silent witnesses to a darkness that had been brought into the light, a darkness that would never truly be extinguished. Story 13. In the quiet of the night, the new homeowners noticed something peculiar about their old intercom system. It crackled and murmured, a ghostly echo from a bygone era, a relic of the past, forgotten but not silent. The husband, consumed by curiosity, pressed the button one fateful night. A whisper, faint and haunting, slid through the crackling speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" Startled, he recoiled, his hands trembling in the dim light. His wife, a shadow behind him, denied ever speaking those words. The Victorian manor stood stoically among ancient oak trees, its aged facade concealing a modern interior reborn with time. Daniel and Meredith Parker, drawn by history's embrace, had acquired the estate at an unexpectedly modest price, despite the unease of the real estate agent during the initial tour. The intercom system, a gem of the past linking all corners of the house, had captivated the couple's hearts with its nostalgic charm. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property, gravel whispering beneath her unmarked car's tires. The call had hinted at a break-in, but a subtle undercurrent in the dispatcher's voice hinted at a deeper mystery. Daniel Parker, a tall figure with a pallid complexion, welcomed her at the entrance, his unease palpable even in the faint porch light. It all began with the intercom, he shared, guiding Detective Reeves through the grand foyer. Static, then whispers, and finally coherent sentences. My wife thought I was imagining things until she heard it too. In the living room, Meredith sat rigid on an antique sofa, her hands wrapped around a steaming cup left untouched. We uncovered something hidden behind the wall, she divulged without preamble. Daniel wanted to expand the pantry, and as he tore down the drywall, her voice faltered. Behind the wall, shrouded in deteriorating plastic, lay a small leather-bound journal. Detective Reeves, gloved hands handling the fragile pages with care, unveiled a tale scripted by Alina, the journal's previous custodian. The elegant yet frantic script narrated Alina's mounting fear of her husband Vincent's malevolent intentions. The last entry dates back 3 decades, Daniel elaborated. After that, silence. The former owners mentioned buying the house from an elderly man who relocated to a retirement community. The investigation unveiled the ownership of Vincent and Alina Blackwood. Records hinted at Vincent selling the house shortly after Alina's disappearance, without a trace of divorce or relocation. No financial activity bore Alina's name post the final journal entry. A team assembled by Detective Reeves meticulously combed the property. Beneath the garden shed's concrete foundation, anomalies surfaced under the gaze of ground-penetrating radar. As the investigators breached the ancient concrete, a chilling truth emerged in the form of skeletal remains. Forensic scrutiny confirmed the bones to belong to a woman in her 40s, bearing signs of a fatal blow to the skull. A golden wedding band engraved with "To Alina, my eternal love" adorned the remains. The evidentiary trail against Vincent Blackwood grew solid. Aged and confined to a care facility, he comprehended the weight of the accusations leveled against him. Confronted with the proof, his response sent shivers down even Detective Reeves' spine. "She wouldn't cease her chatter," Vincent murmured, his tone unnervingly composed. "Through that cursed intercom, incessant questions and surveillance. I disconnected it, but she rewired it herself, claiming she wished to remain connected wherever I roamed in the house." His vacant gaze rose. "I craved silence." In his confession, Vincent unraveled a web of deceit spun around Alina's supposed desertion, complete with forged postcards sent from various locales in her name. He had dwelled in the house for years, treading daily over the very spot where his wife lay buried. The trial swiftly concluded, with Vincent admitting guilt to the murder. The presiding judge remarked on the premeditated nature of the crime and the decades of deceit that ensued. Daniel and Meredith ultimately sold the house, unable to endure its haunting past. Before bidding farewell, they hosted a solemn ceremony for Alina in the restored garden. Subsequent owners removed the intercom system during renovations. Workers reported whispers and static during the removal, attributing it to machinery interference. Detective Reeves revisited the Blackwood case file before its archival. Shutting the manila folder, she pondered how the house seemed to transcend time to unveil its secrets. Justice had finally caught up with Vincent Blackwood, all thanks to Alina's unwavering voice. Locally dubbed the house that answered back, the case lingered as a haunting echo among law enforcement. Occasionally, Detective Reeves passed by the property on her way home. She never halted, but slowed down, window cracked open, attuned to whispers carried on the night breeze. Story 14. The ancient box lay buried beneath layers of forgotten belongings in the attic, a relic of the house's mysterious past. Amongst the faded Polaroids of joyous occasions, a sense of normalcy prevailed until she stumbled upon the final photo. It captured her living room, the familiar furniture and decor, yet the family in the picture was unfamiliar. As her gaze lingered, a figure lurking in the shadows behind the family drew her attention. A shiver traveled down Rebecca's spine, her fingers trembling as she held the photo, the edges vibrating slightly. Descending the creaking wooden stairs, the house felt more oppressive than ever since she had moved in. Placing the photo on the kitchen counter under harsh light, the unsettling similarity between her home and the strangers in the image was undeniable. The detective, clad in a worn leather jacket, arrived with a gaze that missed nothing, scrutinizing the photo with a meticulous eye. Turning it over to find a blank back, he inquired about the previous owners, the Nelsons, and their connection to the photo. The investigation unfolded quietly, unraveling a pattern of families who had lived in the house before disappearing without a trace. The Sutherland family, recognized by a former mail carrier, provided a breakthrough. Vanishing suddenly, leaving behind no clues, they were just one of many families who had occupied the house over the years, only to vanish without a trace. Forensic analysis of the Polaroid revealed eerie details, pointing to a hidden presence in the hallway. The figure, tall and male, remained shrouded in mystery, a silent observer in the shadows. Detective Morgan traced the history of the house back to its construction, uncovering a dark past involving the disappearance of the original project manager, Samuel Whitfield. As the investigation delved deeper, anomalies in the basement led to a chilling discovery: the preserved remains of all the missing families, along with a camera that had captured their unsuspecting smiles. The house became a crime scene, sealed off as evidence was gathered, revealing a hidden crawlspace in the attic with a journal detailing Samuel Whitfield's sinister observations. Rebecca, now under police protection, received a disturbing phone call in the dead of night, accompanied by the eerie sound of a Polaroid camera. The investigation continued, the house standing empty, its secrets haunting those who dared to uncover the truth about the enigmatic figure in the shadows. The whereabouts of Samuel Whitfield remained a mystery, leaving investigators to ponder whether he met his demise or simply vanished into the darkness. And in the silence of the night, new photographs developed in the shadows, capturing unsuspecting families in their homes, watched by an unseen presence. The only certainty was that those who sought to unveil the truth found themselves under the watchful gaze of a chilling specter, forever bound to the house's dark past. Story 15. The parcel arrived mysteriously, devoid of any return address or tracking information. Just a plain cardboard box, slightly damp with morning dew. It wasn't intended for her. Her address was correct, but the name was a stranger's. She could have dismissed it, left it untouched on the doorstep, yet curiosity beckoned. Sarah Miller succumbed and peeled back the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothing. But instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a solitary sticky note that read, "Watch alone." Sarah held the black plastic cassette in her hands, sensing an unusual weight, a heaviness that seemed to carry the weight of the forbidden. Her fingertips caressed the worn edges, feeling the imperfections etched into the plastic casing. The handwritten note bore the marks of urgency, as if penned with a forceful hand, each stroke imbued with significance. Meanwhile, the suburban neighborhood outside continued its routine symphony: a distant dog's bark, children's laughter, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the morning air. Unbeknownst to the world outside, a peculiar delivery had just occurred. Sarah brought the package indoors, placing it on her kitchen counter as doubt began to cloud her mind. The name, Daniel Whitaker, meant nothing to her. Having lived in the house for almost 4 years, she had never received mail for anyone by that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had bid farewell, seeking proximity to their grandchildren. Curiosity and unease waged a silent war within her as her gaze shifted to the VCR, a relic cherished for nostalgia's sake. There was something about the tape that intrigued her, a mystery veiled in aged black plastic. Despite her better judgment, Sarah inserted the tape into the machine. Initially, static flickered on the screen, gradually sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized, illuminated by a solitary lamp. The camera angle was askew, as if hastily positioned. A man sat in a wooden chair, his features initially shrouded in darkness. "My name is Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, quiet yet resolute, filled the room. "If you're watching this, it means someone has discovered you, and that means they will find me too." Leaning forward, he emerged from the shadows, revealing a countenance marked by weariness and vigilance, eyes sunken, stubble adorning his face, hair unkempt. "I am innocent, you must believe that. They have fabricated evidence against me, implicating me in a crime I did not commit." The camera trembled as Daniel readjusted it, offering glimpses of the sparse surroundings, an austere room with barren walls, minimal furniture, a transient abode hinting at a readiness to flee at a moment's notice. "They have framed me. The official narrative will claim I knew the victim, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard us in altercation. None of it is true. I never crossed paths with Catherine Walsh until her face appeared on the news." His voice wavered slightly. "Lifeless, slain in her home, and inexplicably my DNA was entwined with the crime scene." Detective Eliza Ramirez scrutinized the identical VHS tape on her desk, the fifth to surface. 5 tapes, 5 disparate recipients, all bearing the poignant plea of Daniel Whitaker, a man officially branded as the prime suspect in Catherine Walsh's homicide. A man who had vanished without a trace following the discovery of her lifeless form. Initially, the Walsh case seemed straightforward, a young professional woman strangled in her own abode. No signs of forced entry, traces of a struggle, and DNA evidence unequivocally pointing to Whitaker, whose fingerprints were already catalogued from a minor transgression in years past. Eyewitnesses reported sightings of a man matching his description prowling near her residence in the weeks preceding the tragedy. Phone records placed him in the vicinity on the fateful night, a seemingly conclusive case, until the arrival of the tapes. The tapes add a layer of complexity, Detective Ramirez's voice echoed as she updated her case records. Whitaker is either orchestrating an elaborate ruse or exposing a darker truth. Her gaze flitted across the evidence board, photographs capturing Catherine Walsh's radiant smile, the harrowing crime scene images, maps pinpointing the delivery sites of the packages, and at the core, Daniel Whitaker's driver's license photograph. His eyes seemed to implore her for understanding. The investigation took a twist when Ramirez unearthed that Catherine Walsh had been embroiled in a whistleblower lawsuit against her employer, PharmaCorp, a formidable pharmaceutical entity with governmental ties. Walsh had stumbled upon discrepancies in their clinical trial data, unearthing evidence of concealing severe side effects in a new drug hurtling towards market release. She was poised to testify, a former colleague murmured to Ramirez during an interview, casting furtive glances at the door. Catherine possessed incriminating documents, proof that executives were aware of the issues but chose to bury them. The trial was imminent. Ramirez began to discern peculiar incongruities. The DNA evidence seemed too impeccably placed, discovered in locations incongruous with the crime. Testimonies regarding Whitaker appeared rehearsed, parroting identical phrases across varied statements. Most disconcerting of all, surveillance footage from neighboring establishments inexplicably corrupted during the precise time frame encompassing the murder. 3 days subsequent to the tape's viewing, Sarah Miller received a second package. This one harbored a trove of documents, clinical reports, internal correspondences, email transcripts, all originating from PharmaCorp, all bearing Catherine Walsh's digital endorsement. Each piece of evidence corroborated her assertions. The focus of the investigation shifted. Detective Ramirez collaborated with the recipients of the other tapes, assembling Whitaker's cryptic trail of breadcrumbs. He had been employed in IT security for a contractor servicing PharmaCorp systems. While he had never encountered Catherine, he had stumbled upon her name flagged in an anomalous security protocol he was forbidden to access. They were surveilling her, Whitaker elucidated in a subsequent tape that surfaced. I uncovered the directives for monitoring within the system. They were cognizant of her gathering evidence, and then I found myself locked out of the network. The subsequent day she was deceased, and inexplicably I was cast as the perpetrator. The breakthrough arrived when Sarah Miller discerned a crucial detail in her copy of the tape that had eluded others. A reflection in a window behind Whitaker disclosed a lineup of storage compartments. Collaborating with Detective Ramirez, they identified the precise location. Within Unit 217, they unearthed a treasure trove, Whitaker's journal chronicling the conspiracy, the original files Catherine had amassed, and most damningly, meticulous blueprints outlining Whitaker's framing. Inscribed in the handwriting of PharmaCorp's head of security, a former law enforcement officer endowed with access to evidence procedures. Justice was not meted out dramatically, but through the accumulation of irrefutable proof. 3 executives faced indictments. The head of security confessed, consenting to testify against his superiors. The contentious drug was withdrawn from consideration for market release. Emerging from seclusion, Daniel Whitaker appeared gaunt and transformed by his fugitive ordeal. Charges against him were dismissed, yet the experience had indelibly marked him. Sarah Miller encountered him once as he retrieved his tape on her porch, the very spot where his package had initially surfaced. "Why me?" she inquired. "Why send it to my address?" Weariness clouded his gaze as he replied, "The algorithm selected you. I required individuals devoid of any ties to me or Catherine, individuals who would not be under scrutiny. Those who might retain faith in their judgment despite the prevailing narrative of my culpability." The erstwhile suspect and the inadvertent witness stood in quietude, contemplating the tenuous boundary between justice and contrived falsehoods. Finally, Sarah spoke. The erroneous address proved to be the precise one. The VHS tapes were cataloged as evidence, tangible reminders that truth occasionally arrives in unforeseen packages, bearing unfamiliar appellations, awaiting someone bold enough to delve within. Story 16: The Enigmatic Coffee Shop. The quaint coffee shop had become a sanctuary for him, a place where time seemed to stand still amidst the gentle hum of brewing coffee and whispered conversations. For years he followed the same routine, same table, same order, same silent contemplation. The barista recognized his face, but his name remained a mystery to all who frequented the shop. Then one day he failed to appear. Concerned, the police investigated his usual spot and discovered a wallet left behind. Inside the wallet was a driver's license featuring a photo of the man, yet there was no name, no address, just an eerie void where his identity should have been. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the perplexing case, her fingertips tracing the cold metal table as she scrutinized the security footage. The man, now known as John Doe, seemed utterly ordinary on camera, average in stature, unremarkable in appearance, clad in a navy coat and carrying a weathered leather bag. Yet his vanishing act defied all logic. "Play it again," Mercer instructed the tech specialist. The footage unfolded the familiar scene. John entering the bustling coffee shop during the morning rush, ordering his usual black coffee, and settling at the secluded corner table behind a lush plant. He wrote in a notebook, occasionally sipping his drink and gazing out the window. Then the inexplicable moment arrived. He left for the restroom hallway, but never returned. He vanished into thin air, the specialist confirmed. Back at the station, Mercer meticulously examined the contents of the wallet spread across her desk. Blank spaces replaced personal details on the license, enigmatic credit cards bore no names, and a lone business card held a cryptic phone number. Upon dialing the number, silence greeted her, punctuated by faint sounds of rustling paper before the line disconnected. The barista's recollections shed little light on the enigma. He seldom spoke, but his presence was always polite. I believe he had an accent, though it was barely discernible. Mercer's inquiries revealed that the man never engaged with anyone, always engrossed in his writing within the mysterious notebook now under scrutiny. Its cryptic contents confounded cryptographers, featuring coded text alongside architectural sketches of buildings unknown to the area. As the search for answers expanded, Mercer noticed a peculiar detail in the security footage, a flicker in the time stamp whenever John entered the shop. Intrigued, she revisited the coffee shop and positioned herself at his customary table, her gaze drawn to an antique mirror hanging between the entrance and the restroom hallway. Upon questioning the shop owner about the mirror's origins, Mercer uncovered a hidden space behind it, concealing a trove of identical wallets, a journal scribed in the same hand as the notebook, and a startling revelation: the wallets held a shared photo but lacked any identifying information. The journal entries hinted at experiments involving temporal displacement and identity transference, alluding to a nexus point within the coffee shop and a mirror acting as a gateway to alternate realities. As bizarre occurrences escalated in the vicinity, a pivotal breakthrough emerged from an elderly physicist named Margaret Keller. She unraveled the mystery of Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist who vanished during experiments with quantum mirrors, theorizing the existence of parallel realities accessible through specific locations. Returning to the coffee shop, Mercer uncovered its connection to Weston's past, built atop the former research facility where he had disappeared. The investigation reached its zenith when Mercer, alone in the dead of night, glimpsed a revelation in the mirror's reflection, a dual manifestation of John Doe observing his own presence. Racing to the coffee shop, Mercer encountered shattered remnants of the mirror, alongside a chilling note scribed by Weston himself. The experiment concludes. The passage is sealed. Do not pursue. The enigma of the man who defied existence endured as the coffee shop shuttered, the building razed, and Daniel Weston's fate forever elusive. Mercer, haunted by the inexplicable, resigned from the force, her visage etched in contemplation with a notebook akin to Weston's, while a spectral echo of the mirror's secrets lingered in the air. Story 17. The gentle current whispered softly that morning, the water shimmering like liquid glass, undisturbed and serene. The fisherman's gaze brushed over the tranquil surface, nearly missing the peculiar sight of a suitcase bobbing near the shore. At first glance, it appeared as if someone had callously discarded a pile of old garments. However, as he cautiously approached, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, dense, suffocating, unmistakable. The suitcase was ensnared in chains, its edges tarnished by time and exposure to the elements. When the authorities pried it open, they were met not by neatly folded clothes, but by a haunting discovery. Within the confines of the case lay a tangle of hair, fingers frozen in a silent, desperate grasp. Nestled at the bottom was a cryptic note: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer, a figure of quiet strength, delicately pressed her handkerchief to her nose as she observed the grim tableau before her. The victim, a woman in her mid-30s, possessed dark locks and now pale skin, adorned with the marks of water's embrace. The scene unfolded with meticulous precision as the medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail before the body was tenderly removed from its watery resting place. What struck Mercer amidst the solemnity was not merely the method of disposal, but the strange care taken in presenting the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, adorned in costly attire. "She wasn't taken here," Mercer murmured pensively, her gaze fixed on the gentle caress of the water against the muddy banks. "She was readied, showcased." The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a real estate agent renowned for her prowess in selling luxurious properties. Divorced, childless, she resided alone in an affluent neighborhood, a solitary figure amidst opulent surroundings. Her peers spoke of her as ambitious, meticulous, and fiercely private. Her absence had been noted by her assistant when she failed to appear for a crucial showing to esteemed clients, a sale that promised to be the pinnacle of her career. As investigators delved into Walsh's ultramodern abode, a portrait of pristine perfection unfurled before their eyes. Every facet of her home exuded a meticulous order: designer furnishings arranged with precision, surfaces devoid of even a speck of dust. The refrigerator harbored meticulously labeled meals arranged by the day, while her wardrobe boasted an array of garments arranged by hue, shoes swathed in protective covers. It was within her home office that a hair-raising anomaly lurked, a drawer slightly ajar, concealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry etched within read, "He's watching again. Same car, different plates." A digital excavation of Walsh's digital footprint unearthed the disquieting patterned scores of messages from unknown sources, each bearing the ominous phrase, "I see your perfection," all dispatched at identical times on varying days. Her browsing history revealed a fixation on home security systems and self-defense mechanisms. Mercer weaved these strands of evidence together with the meticulous staging of the crime scene, a tapestry of precision and presentation. "Our perpetrator is deliberate," Mercer confided to her partner. "This was not an act of passion. This was a ritual." The tide turned with an unexpected revelation. A local pawnbroker recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace, conspicuously absent from her possessions. The individual who had pawned it emerged as a familiar face: Michael Linden, an unassuming maintenance worker of unremarkable demeanor. Surveillance footage unveiled Linden's recurrent visits to Walsh's residence, sometimes wheeling his maintenance cart, other times slipping in unnoticed. Always during hours when she would be absent, showcasing properties to potential buyers. When the detectives combed through Linden's modest dwelling, a chilling tableau awaited them: walls festooned with photographs of Walsh and other women, all bearing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some images were defaced with crimson strokes. Walsh stood as the third in the unholy sequence. Concealed behind a false wall in his closet lay a macabre shrine, each item belonging to the victims meticulously arrayed: a brush cradling strands of hair, tissues imprinted with lipstick, keys, and receipts. Each collection was accompanied by a slender notebook chronicling their daily routines, preferences, and idiosyncrasies. A frigid silence enveloped the interrogation room as Linden was ushered in. Clad in unassuming attire, his demeanor soft-spoken and devoid of malice, he appeared an unlikely harbinger of violence. Yet, when confronted with the damning evidence, his fa-de remained unshaken. "They were flawed," he intoned at length, his voice bereft of emotion. "They projected perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's desk drawer was always in disarray. Her lipstick application was flawed. Her perfection was a facade. The pursuit of the two enigmatic figures alluded to in his note led investigators to desolate locales where two more suitcases were extricated. Each bore a grim cargo, a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to Walsh, each a real estate agent who exalted their perfectionist attention to detail. During Lyndon's trial, a tableau of chilling precision unfolded as prosecutors detailed his meticulous methodology. He had shadowed each woman for months, imbibing their routines, infiltrating their sanctuaries, studying their lives. When he eventually claimed them, he sought to correct what he perceived as their imperfections, tending to their locks, applying makeup with exactitude, garbing them in their finest attire before extinguishing their light. The families of the victims bore witness in stoic silence as the judge pronounced a sentence of life without the possibility of parole upon Lyndon. For Detective Mercer, the case was officially sealed, yet a shroud of unanswered queries lingered. What had ignited Lyndon's fixation on these particular women? What shadow of imperfection within himself had he sought to expunge through his macabre acts? Down the languid river, the waters meandered their eternal path, eventually relinquishing all traces of the tragedy that had graced its banks. Yet within the precinct, upon Mercer's desk, lay replicas of those chilling journals, a stark reminder that behind the veneer of ordinary existence, darkness could lurk, concealed beneath the veneer of civility. And sometimes the most insidious predators were those who dwelt in plain sight, biding their time, awaiting the fissure that would betray their true nature. Story 18. Deep in the stillness of the night, a wooden plank shifted beneath her weight, revealing a hidden secret waiting to be unveiled. Intrigued by the subtle disturbance, she knelt down and traced the edges of the loose board, sensing a mysterious presence lurking beneath the surface. With gentle determination, she lifted the boards one by one, exposing a dark, narrow cavity beneath the foundation of her new dwelling. As she peered into the shadowed abyss, a wave of unease washed over her, sending shivers down her spine. Detective Morgan Reed observed from behind, her presence a comforting anchor in the unsettling discovery. In the dim light of a flashlight, the hidden chamber slowly revealed its secrets, a makeshift living space adorned with a mattress, a chair, and an old notebook filled with eerie repetitions of a familiar name, her own. Sarah Coleman's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth of the hidden room unfolded before her. It wasn't just a forgotten space. It was a haunting reflection of a stranger's obsession with her, a violation of her privacy and security. Detective Reed's voice cut through the tension, urging caution and restraint as they delved deeper into the eerie enclave. The walls whispered tales of surveillance, adorned with photographs capturing Sarah's every move, evidence of a relentless fixation that had remained concealed beneath her very feet. The cottage, once described as charming and quaint, now held dark secrets that tainted its facade of innocence. Sarah's voice trembled as she recounted her interactions with the previous owner, an enigmatic figure named Walter Green, who had left behind a legacy of hidden intentions. The team of investigators meticulously combed through the hidden chamber, uncovering a web of fingerprints and a timeline of obsession that spanned years. The chilling reality of Walter's fixation on Sarah came to light as pieces of the puzzle fell into place. His meticulous planning and eerie replicas of her personal space painted a portrait of a man consumed by delusions of a shared destiny. The whispers of his past revealed a troubled history of obsession and unfulfilled desires. The investigation took a harrowing turn as Detective Reed unearthed a key to a storage unit, leading them to a chilling replica of Sarah's former life, a twisted shrine to an unrequited love that bordered on madness. The calendar marked with a foreboding date hinted at a dark fate that had narrowly been averted. As the truth unraveled, Sarah made the difficult decision to sever ties with the haunted cottage, haunted by the specter of what could have been. The echoes of Walter's infatuation lingered, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurked in the shadows, waiting to ensnare the unsuspecting. The case was closed, but the scars of Walter's obsession lingered, a cautionary tale of the thin line between admiration and fixation. Sarah's resilience and Detective Reed's unwavering vigilance stood as a testament to the power of awareness and intervention in the face of unseen threats. The cottage passed into new hands, its hidden rooms sealed and its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Life carried on, but for those touched by the chilling saga, the memory of the room beneath the floor served as a haunting reminder of the darkness that dwells in the most unexpected places, waiting to ensnare the unwary in its tangled web of obsession and madness. Story 19. The apartment had sat silent and empty for months, a vacant space waiting to be filled with life once more. When the new tenants arrived, their expectations were modest, perhaps some dust to sweep away, a few pieces of forgotten furniture to discard. But there was one door that refused to yield to their efforts, a stubborn closet, locked tight from within, hiding its secrets behind a stubborn barrier. With the landlord's assistance, the door was finally pried open, revealing a sight that sent a shiver down the spines of those present. The walls inside were marred by deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with a frantic urgency. And nestled in the corner, a relic of the past, a dusty old flip phone, its battery long drained of life, yet displaying a single unread message on its dimly glowing screen. Detective Morgan Shaw, a seasoned investigator with a keen eye for the macabre, felt a chill run down her spine as she surveyed the scene before her. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unnerved her, but rather the haunting implications of those desperate marks on the walls, an echo of someone's torment, a silent cry for help. "We need forensics on the scene immediately," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the scratches with his camera, "and fetch me the records of the previous tenant." The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, a jittery man with perpetually moist palms, recounted that the previous tenant had vanished unexpectedly, leaving behind unpaid rent. "A quiet young woman kept to herself," he muttered, his gaze skirting away from the closet. "No trouble at all." Forensic analysis of the scratches unearthed a chilling discovery: multiple traces of blood, most matching the DNA of the missing tenant, Emma Caldwell, a 28-year-old woman reported as missing by her workplace after her abrupt disappearance. Yet there were 2 additional DNA samples found within those haunting marks, one unidentified, the other belonging to a man who had supposedly perished in a tragic accident 2 years prior. "This defies all logic," Shaw murmured, her gaze fixed on the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, a man believed to be dead, his demise confirmed by dental records, now left his genetic imprint on the walls of Emma's closet. Emma's abandoned apartment revealed a tale of interrupted existence: unopened mail, a solitary coffee mug waiting to be washed, a neatly made bed that had long grown cold. Her phone records hinted at a sudden cessation of contact with her sister, punctuated by a flurry of calls from an unknown number in the days leading up to her vanishing act. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed reported, no name given, just described as intense and private. Surveillance footage from a nearby convenience store captured Emma's return to her building one fateful night, trailed shortly after by a shadowy figure in a baseball cap, evading the prying eyes of the cameras. A breakthrough surfaced when fingerprints matching Derek Mercer were identified on the inner doorknob of the closet, a chilling connection that hinted at a sinister web of deceit and captivity. He staged his own death, Shaw concluded, her mind racing with questions. But to what end and what link does he share with Emma? The enigmatic DNA sample led the investigators to another missing person case, that of Lynette Porter, who had vanished without a trace years earlier. Her disappearance had grown cold until her description aligned with a woman frequently seen visiting Emma's abode. Connecting the dots, Shaw followed a breadcrumb trail of evidence, leading to a secluded property owned by the Mercer family. Behind the imposing doors of a hidden basement, they unearthed Lynette Porter Gaunt, starved and imprisoned in conditions mirroring Emma's own harrowing ordeal. "He forced me to witness," Lynette murmured, her eyes vacant with trauma. "Said I needed to learn the consequence of defiance." The mounting evidence painted a grim portrait of Derek Mercer, an architect of suffering, a puppeteer of pain. Journals chronicled his twisted fixation on dominance. Photographs hauntingly resembled the faces of his victims, and most damning of all video recordings captured the stark horror of Emma's final moments, trapped within the suffocating confines of the closet. "She thought she could expose me," his voice echoed in the recordings. "She thought she could betray our secrets. Nobody betrays me." The manhunt for Derek Mercer spanned across jurisdictions, a race against time to apprehend a predator lurking in the shadows. As the authorities closed in, forensic psychologists crafted a chilling profile of a man driven not by mere murder, but by a perverse desire to revel in the agony of confinement. Upon his capture at a bus terminal, Mercer bore a new identity and a one-way ticket to an unknown coastal destination. In his possession, a roll of duct tape, a gleaming hunting knife, and a weathered newspaper clipping chronicling Emma's enigmatic disappearance. During interrogation, Mercer maintained an eerie composure, his demeanor almost serene in the face of impending justice. "She sent that message to herself," he calmly asserted, referring to the phone. "She craved discovery, but she didn't warrant salvation." The ensuing trial peeled back the layers of Mercer's elaborate charade, the meticulous orchestration of his own demise, the meticulous selection of victims who mirrored the visage of his initial prey. Emma's remains were never recovered, the forensic evidence hinting at a tragic demise within that claustrophobic prison of scratches and silence. The jury swiftly returned a verdict of guilt on all charges after a mere 4 hours of deliberation. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life imprisonment without parole, a faint smile flickered across Mercer's lips, a cryptic satisfaction that defied comprehension. Standing before the court, Lynette Porter cast a gaze of defiance at her captor's retreating figure. "He ensnared us in narrow confines because that's where his soul resides, imprisoned in darkness," she declared. "But while he festers in his cell, I shall bask in the light." The case left an indelible mark on the department's investigative procedures, emphasizing the scrutiny of relational dynamics and property searches in missing persons cases. Detective Shaw affixed the door of Emma's closet to her office wall, a somber relic that whispered a reminder sometimes the most chilling crime scenes are not bathed in crimson, but in the silent screams of those fighting for survival. Story 20. The realtor's listing made no mention of a basement. The blueprints offered no clues to its existence. Yet when the family peeled back the worn carpet, they uncovered a hidden door. A door adorned with a heavy, rusted handle that resisted their attempts to open it. It took the combined effort of 3 to pry it ajar. Stale air, thick with the scent of damp earth, billowed out to greet them. A set of steps descended into the darkness below. Anticipating a storage space, they were instead met with a solitary chair beneath a swaying light bulb. And on the wall behind the chair, a row of photographs, familiar faces staring back at them. The Mercer family had settled into the suburban dwelling during the bleak winter months, when shadows crept early and the skeletal trees loomed against the cold sky. The aging 2-story house, with its weathered siding and creaking floors, had whispered tales of character and history to them. Little did they know the depths of history concealed within its aging walls, or the chilling way it would entwine with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, finding the crime scene unit already at work, marking the perimeter with fluttering yellow tape. Mrs. Mercer's trembling voice had relayed the shocking discovery beneath their living room floor. "We must document everything before proceeding further," Connors directed, slipping on latex gloves with practiced ease. The camera flashes pierced the darkness, capturing the scene in stark illumination. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the compact basement, its concrete walls painted a dull gray. A solitary chair sat anchored in the center, while above it the bare bulb cast eerie shadows that danced in unseen currents of air. Yet it was the wall of photographs that held their gaze, 37 snapshots meticulously arranged in a timeline. "These date back almost a month," noted Connor's partner, studying the timestamps inscribed on the prints. "Look here, Mrs. Mercer asleep, Mr. Mercer at the table, the kids in their rooms." The investigation uncovered no signs of forced entry, no evidence of theft or vandalism. The security system had remained silent, unaware of the intrusion. Privacy had been violated, safety shattered. Forensics identified multiple fingerprints, many belonging to past owners of the house. A troubling pattern emerged. 6 families had come and gone in a decade, each departing after brief stays, selling at diminishing prices. None had mentioned a hidden basement. "We must interview every former owner," Connors ordered, her notepad filling with leads. The case darkened as they delved into the property's murky past. Inconsistencies marred the records, blueprints altered, permits revoked, reports censored. A pivotal moment arrived during the questioning of the contractor who had renovated the house years earlier. His face drained of color at the sight of the basement photos. "That room isn't real," he insisted, his hands quivering. "I tore that place apart to its bones. No basement, no door, just dirt and concrete beneath the living room." Digital forensics unearthed a trove of images from a hidden memory card within the light fixture. Hundreds more snapshots adorned their evidence boards, not just of the Mercers, but of previous occupants. Children at rest, parents in turmoil, daily routines frozen in time, all captured by an unseen presence. A chilling discovery awaited in the form of audio files retrieved from a concealed box in the basement corner. Conversations from the master bedroom, the kitchen, the living room, all recorded with precision. Sophisticated microphones had monitored every corner of the house, yet no physical devices had been found initially. "We must dismantle every wall," Connors declared urgently. "Search every crevice, every fixture, every outlet. The perpetrator has been watching these families for years." Beyond the photograph wall, investigators uncovered a hidden passage leading to a monitoring station, a desk, a chair, a laptop linked to wireless cameras, and a journal, its pages brimming with detailed observations of each family that had inhabited the house. Their routines, their vulnerabilities, their very essence captured in ink. The handwriting matched that of Edward Kelvin, the house's original builder, who had mysteriously vanished during construction, leaving no trace in public records. The journal entries grew increasingly erratic, with phrases hinting at unseen watchfulness and hidden truths. The final page bore a chilling message: the next family arrives tomorrow. Fingerprint analysis confirmed the unthinkable Edward Kelvin had never departed the house he had constructed. Instead, he had retreated into its clandestine recesses, crafting a labyrinth of observation points to surveil the families within. The manhunt spanned 3 tense days, culminating in the discovery of Kelvin nestled in a crawlspace, his frail body attuned to the hidden passages he had carved within the walls. His eyes, unaccustomed to light, blinked in the harsh beams of the flashlights. In interrogation, Kelvin spoke of the families as characters in his private narrative, viewed through the lens of detached observation. He had never physically intruded, never infringed upon their lives. He had merely watched, recorded, documented. A psychological evaluation labeled Kelvin's mindset as a severe delusion, where he saw himself as the guardian of the house, not an interloper. The families in his eyes were transient guests in what he deemed his eternal abode. The Mercers, like their predecessors, abandoned their possessions, fleeing with only essentials in tow. The empty house stood witness as the legal proceedings unfolded. The trial unveiled the extent of Kelvin's surveillance network, secret chambers accessible through hidden passages, spy points etched into the very fabric of the dwelling. The house had been crafted as a voyeuristic marvel, with its occupants unknowingly cast as players in Kelvin's obsessive saga. Upon the jury's verdict, Kelvin remained stoic. He had retreated into the recesses of his mind, where the house still stood in all its spectral glory. The property met its end, razed to the ground, its secrets buried beneath layers of soil. Yet for those who had dwelled within its walls, the specter lingered, not for what was taken, but for what had been lurking unseen, watching, listening, chronicling their lives from concealed vantage points. In hushed moments, they found themselves casting wary glances at air vents, light fixtures, the intersections where walls met ceilings, wondering if they had ever truly been alone, wondering if the eyes that watched them had ever truly looked away. Story 21. In the depths of the attic, concealed beneath a worn blanket, they stumbled upon it. A porcelain doll, ancient and fragile, with eyes of painted blue staring out, unwavering. Sarah and Michael, a young couple, marveled at the discovery, puzzled by its presence in their new abode. They dismissed it as just another forgotten relic, a relic of a bygone era. Little did they know that this doll held secrets beyond their understanding. That night, a subtle shift in the air unsettled them as they retired to bed. The silence seemed to stretch endlessly, wrapping around them like a heavy cloak. And as dawn broke, the doll was no longer nestled in the attic shadows. It had silently moved, perched at the foot of their bed, a silent sentinel in the dim morning light. Sarah and Michael had been captivated by the Victorian house's allure at auction, its intricate woodwork and enigmatic aura beckoning to them. Little did they realize the tangled history woven into its very foundations, a history that would soon entwine with their own. Detective Rachel Winters was beckoned on a crisp autumn morning to the scene 2 lives tragically cut short within the house's walls. The female victim posed unnaturally in the master bedroom, eyes wide with a frozen expression of fear. Her companion, discovered in the hallway, a silent witness to some unseen horror. As Detective Winters delved into the mystery, a pattern emerged. The victims, like those before them, had met their demise after altering the attic space. Each previous owner had a tale of unexplained events, of antique toys appearing mysteriously, of spectral footsteps echoing through empty halls. Forensic examinations unveiled eerie traces a ghostly residue of vintage fabrics, microscopic handprints trailing from attic to bedroom, a whisper of porcelain dust mingled with unknown organic matter. The puzzle deepened with each revelation, leading the detective down a shadowed path of secrets long buried. A newspaper clipping from years past shed light on the house's dark past a doll maker and his tragic daughter, bound by a sinister legacy. The final creation, a doll mirroring the lost child, held a power beyond comprehension, a power that seemed to linger within the very walls of the house. As Detective Winters probed further, a descendant of the doll maker whispered of ancient rituals, of spirits bound to inanimate forms, of a macabre artistry that defied the laws of nature. The truth, elusive and chilling, hovered just beyond reach, like a specter haunting the edges of reality. The investigation twisted and turned, leading to dead ends and false leads. The doll, once in the detective's custody, vanished without a trace, leaving behind a void of unanswered questions and lingering dread. The house changed hands once more, its dark history a cautionary tale whispered among the curious and the cautious. The attic, now empty save for a forgotten blanket, remained a silent witness to the mysteries that lay hidden within its confines. And so the tale faded into legend, a haunting echo of lives intertwined with forces beyond comprehension. Detective Winters, haunted by the unsolved case, retired into obscurity, bearing with her a photograph that held the key to a truth too terrible to unveil. The new owners, wise to the house's secrets, left the attic undisturbed, a sanctuary of shadows and whispers. But on nights when the world lay still, a faint laughter would drift on the breeze, a reminder of a past that refused to be forgotten. Story 22. Once a mysterious key arrived in the mail of a suburban homeowner named Sarah Miller. The key, a weathered brass relic, held no clues to its origin. Curiosity stirred within Sarah as she tried it in every lock she owned, but to no avail. It didn't belong to her. Placing the key on her coffee table, she was startled when the broken grandfather clock in the hallway chimed a solitary, eerie note, its gears long dormant. Sensing a peculiar energy surrounding the key, Sarah reported the strange incident to the authorities, unknowingly setting off a chain of events that would shake the tranquility of her neighborhood. Initially met with skepticism, Sarah's concerns were brushed off by the responding officer as a simple mix-up in the mail. However, a nagging feeling of unease compelled Sarah to persist. Reluctantly, the officer took the key, sealing it in an evidence bag, unaware of the darkness the key would unlock. As the case landed on the desk of Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a keen intuition, the brass key sat ominously, whispering secrets of the past. Background checks on Sarah revealed a life of innocence and normalcy, devoid of any suspicious activities. Forensic analysis yielded only Sarah's fingerprints on the key, with the envelope yielding no clues except for a generic postmark. A breakthrough came when Detective Harmon delved into the department's database, uncovering a chilling connection. The key's unique pattern matched one from a cold case involving a storage unit filled with horror's blood-stained carpets, tools of torture, and images of unidentified women. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator elusive. As the investigation deepened, Sarah's world became shrouded in fear. New security measures were put in place, but the question lingered: why her? The puzzle slowly unraveled as familial DNA led the investigation to Harold Jenkins, a former neighbor with a shadowed past. Jenkins, a man of mystery and malevolence, had meticulously planned his crimes, leaving behind a trail of unspeakable horrors. The search for Jenkins intensified, revealing a grim truth hidden beneath the floorboards of a secluded cabin, a chamber of keys, each engraved with a victim's name. The discovery of human remains buried nearby unveiled the extent of Jenkins' depravity, sending shockwaves through the community. As the manhunt for Jenkins escalated, a wildlife photographer's image provided a lead, culminating in a tense standoff in a remote tower. Jenkins, choosing death over capture, left behind a journal detailing his atrocities, a chilling testament to his twisted mind. The truth of his crimes, laid bare in photographs and maps, painted a grim picture of lives lost to his insatiable darkness. In the aftermath, 32 victims were identified, their families given closure but scarred by the horrors unearthed. Sarah, forever changed by the brush with evil, never returned to her home, haunted by the knowledge of what lay beneath the surface of normalcy. As the grandfather clock secret was revealed, a tool used by Jenkins to watch and wait, psychological researchers delved into his writings, seeking to prevent such tragedies in the future. And in an evidence locker, the silent brass keys stood as a solemn reminder of lives cut short, unlocking a devastating truth about the monsters that lurk behind masks of normality. Story 23. In the quiet of the night, she ventured reluctantly into the attic, a place she always avoided. The storm had brought a leak in the roof, leaving her with no choice but to confront the forgotten space. Dust and cobwebs draped over long-forgotten things, casting a shroud of mystery over the room. Amidst the shadows, at the farthest corner, sat an old dollhouse, its eerie details illuminated by the faint moonlight filtering through a cracked window. Each tiny piece of furniture within the dollhouse was meticulously placed, as if frozen in time. But as she peered closer, a twist in her stomach betrayed her unease. The figures inside were not mere dolls, they were miniature, hand-carved replicas of her own family. Each figure positioned with uncanny accuracy, mirroring the exact placement of her family members downstairs, except for one. The figure meant to represent her stood by the attic door, a silent sentinel in the miniature world. Rebecca Morgan tentatively ran her finger along the roof of the dollhouse, tracing the small wooden figure's outline. A chill crept through her, unrelated to the cold draft whispering through the attic rafters. This dollhouse should not have been there. This wasn't her childhood home. It was a temporary abode the family had recently moved into. The unsettling discovery prompted Rebecca to make a frantic call to law enforcement, setting in motion a chain of events that would unravel a disturbing web of secrets. Officers arrived at the suburban residence to find a family in distress, gathered in the living room, fear etched on their faces, refusing to return to the upper floors. Detective Sarah Harmon, the lead investigator, initially brushed off their concerns as a prank or the product of an overactive imagination in an unfamiliar setting. But the intricate details of the dollhouse soon captured her attention. Each miniature figurine bore striking resemblances to the family members, the father's thinning hair, the son's favorite hoodie, even the mother's small birthmark. The investigation took a sinister turn when forensics uncovered fingerprints on the dollhouse that did not match any family member. Even more chilling were the microscopic cameras hidden in the eyes of each miniature figure, all linked to a sophisticated surveillance system concealed beneath the dollhouse. Analysis of the family's movements revealed a disturbing revelation. The positions of the miniature figures did not just reflect the family's activities that evening, but mirrored their actions on various days, indicating a meticulous observer who had studied their every move. It was more than mere stalking, Detective Harmon explained later. The level of obsession displayed by the perpetrator was unprecedented. A hidden basement entrance concealed behind a false pantry wall was the next revelation. Inside, investigators found evidence of someone living there before the Morgans, hidden in plain sight beneath their feet. Food wrappers, water bottles, and a sleeping bag hinted at a clandestine presence that had gone unnoticed for weeks. The absence of forced entry confounded investigators, as property records revealed the house had been unoccupied for almost a year before the family's arrival. The previous owners, an elderly couple, had passed away, leaving their son in charge of the property. Neighbors offered little insight except for a passing mention of lights flickering in the vacant house, dismissed as real estate showings. The breakthrough came through digital breadcrumbs. The surveillance data from the miniature cameras led investigators to a small apartment across town, littered with photographs of the Morgan family and other occupants of the house. Journal entries meticulously chronicled daily routines, a disturbing peek into a voyeur's mind. The most unsettling find was a workshop filled with half-finished dollhouses, each representing a different home in the vicinity. The apartment belonged to Martin Wells, the son of the deceased homeowners. Buried in debt after his parents' demise, he had created a hidden sanctuary to watch over his childhood home, all while collecting rent from unsuspecting tenants. The dollhouse was his domain, remarked the forensic psychologist on the case, each figurine a symbol of his control over those he observed. During interrogation, Wells remained eerily composed, revealing his motivations with a chilling matter-of-factness. They were living in my space, sleeping in my parents' room. I had to ensure they respected it. When questioned about the positioned figures, his response was simple yet haunting. I wanted them to feel my presence, always watching. A psychological evaluation unveiled a twisted narrative of possessive fixation, the dollhouse, a manifestation of his need to dominate both the property and its inhabitants. The Morgan family never returned to the house, haunted by the realization that they had been unwitting pawns in a macabre game of control. Rebecca, in a poignant moment, shared that the true horror lay not in discovering the dollhouse, but in understanding its implications. We were mere playthings in his eyes, manipulated and observed at his whim. Wells faced multiple charges of invasion of privacy, stalking, illegal surveillance, and trespassing. His actions prompted a reevaluation of real estate laws regarding property disclosures and the obligation of agents to ensure homes are vacated properly. As the judge pronounced his sentence, he noted the profound violation suffered by the Morgan family. You did not just breach their home, you shattered their sense of security and freedom. You violated their sanctity with your voyeuristic gaze. What unsettled criminologists the most was the duration of Wells' hidden surveillance. Journals hinted at a prolonged pattern of covert residence in various homes, crafting miniature worlds in which he reigned as an unseen observer. The Morgan family sought solace in a new dwelling far from the prying eyes of their past. Yet Rebecca's lingering unease persisted, a specter of paranoia that led her to scrutinize every shadow and corner. She banished all traces of dollhouses and miniatures from their new abode, a silent vow to protect her family from unseen threats. Some nights I still feel the weight of a gaze upon me, she confessed. I wonder if somewhere out there another dollhouse holds a tiny replica of me, waiting to be discovered. Story 24. In the heart of a quaint neighborhood, a Victorian-era home stood, its history veiled in whispers of the past. Michael and Sarah Klein, the new occupants, were captivated by its charm and elegance, unaware of the secrets hidden within its walls. What began as a simple renovation project unraveled a mystery that transcended time. One evening, as Sarah noticed a water stain on the bedroom wallpaper, a journey into the unknown commenced. Beneath the layers of faded patterns, a name emerged: Alina Winters, scrawled in ink with a haunting urgency. Who was she? and why was her name etched into the very essence of the house? Determined to unravel the enigma, Michael delved into property records only to discover a chilling connection. Eleanor Winters, a young woman missing for decades, bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner, Margaret Cavendish. The pieces of the puzzle started to align, painting a portrait of intrigue and tragedy. As the investigation unfolded, the Kleins found themselves entangled in a web of deception and fractured identities. Eleanor Winters and Margaret Cavendish blurred into one, revealing a dark truth that echoed through the corridors of the old house. Forensic teams descended upon the property, unearthing long-buried secrets that whispered of betrayal and obsession. The walls bore witness to a tale of love turned to madness, of a mind shattered by the weight of its own deception. In a hidden compartment beneath the floorboards, the truth lay dormant, waiting to be uncovered. Identification cards bearing different names, each a facet of a fractured soul, pointed to a reality more twisted than they could have imagined. And as the final revelation emerged, the line between victim and perpetrator blurred. Eleanor Winters, long thought lost to the shadows, found her voice in the echoes of the past, while Rebecca Eldridge, the embodiment of fractured identities, stood at the center of the storm. The walls that once sheltered secrets now bore witness to the unveiling of a truth long suppressed. Eleanor's remains, unearthed from the depths of the garden, spoke of a tragedy buried in the annals of time. For Michael and Sarah, the dream of a perfect home shattered, replaced by a legacy of darkness and intrigue. The house, once a sanctuary, now echoed with the whispers of the past, a silent testament to the mysteries that dwell within its walls. And as night descended, casting shadows upon the facade, the tale of Eleanor Winters and Rebecca Eldridge faded into the realm of legends, leaving only the echoes of a name etched in ink, a name that would forever haunt the halls of the Victorian-era home. Story 25. In the quiet of a deserted house, a phone lay on the dusty kitchen counter, its screen softly glowing as if beckoning attention. Detective Morgan Reed, a woman of sharp intuition, found herself drawn to this peculiar scene. The phone, a relic of a bygone era, had somehow come to life, emitting an eerie static that seemed to whisper of secrets long buried. The call had been made just minutes before, yet the house bore no signs of intrusion. It stood silent and empty, a ghostly reminder of its former inhabitants, the Sullivans. Their tragic tale of a house consumed by fire and a family torn apart by loss hung heavy in the air. Morgan's partner, Detective Walsh, delved into the phone's history, revealing it belonged to Catherine Sullivan, a young woman who had met a tragic end in a car accident years ago. The pieces of the puzzle refused to fit together. The phone's call from beyond the grave defied logic, sending shivers down Morgan's spine. As the investigation unfolded, a chilling truth began to emerge from the shadows. The voice on the call, frantic and terrified, belonged to Catherine herself. The recordings, analyzed with precision, matched her voice with uncanny accuracy, as if she were reaching out from the other side to tell her story. Interviews with those who knew Catherine unveiled a dark underbelly to her past, a controlling boyfriend, Mark Jennings, whose possessiveness had grown to dangerous levels. Her mother's trembling voice, her father's bewildered gaze, all painted a picture of a young woman trapped in a web of fear and manipulation. A journal discovered among Catherine's belongings revealed the depths of her torment. Entries spoke of a love turned sour, of threats and violence lurking beneath the surface. The final pages, filled with words of dread and foreboding, hinted at a fate far more sinister than a mere accident. Mark's facade crumbled under scrutiny, his alibi unraveling like a threadbare tapestry. The truth, buried deep beneath layers of deceit, finally came to light when Catherine's buried phone revealed a sinister tale of stalking and murder. Mark's twisted game of deception, his elaborate ruse to create a ghostly echo of Catherine's voice, was shattered by the relentless pursuit of justice. His crimes, laid bare for all to see, painted a portrait of a man consumed by darkness, a predator hiding in plain sight. As the courtroom hushed in anticipation, the verdict rang out a resounding cry for justice, for the voice that refused to be silenced. Catherine's spirit, her courage and resilience, lived on in the hearts of those who had fought for her, who had listened to her whispers in the night. And so the phone from the abandoned house now rests in a place of honor, a silent sentinel to a tale of loss and redemption. Officers passing by sometimes swear they hear it ring, a phantom echo of a life cut short. But in that ghostly melody, in the quiet hum of the night, Catherine's voice lingers on a reminder that even in death, the truth will always find a way to be heard. Story 26. In the stillness of the night, a flicker danced across the baby monitor screen, a subtle disturbance in the feed that caught the mother's attention. At first, she brushed it off as mere interference, a glitch in the system. But then the audio crackled, and a soft, eerie voice whispered through the static, "SHHH, go back to sleep." A chill crept down her spine, her heart quickening with unease. Racing to her son's room, fear gripping her chest, she found the crib empty, the room silent. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a plush rabbit lying on the floor, its dark, unblinking eyes fixed on her. Rebecca's scream pierced the night, raw with terror and desperation. The neighbors, stirred by her cries, summoned help. Emergency services arrived to find her cradling the stuffed rabbit, lost in a world of disbelief and anguish. Her infant son, Samuel, vanished without a trace. The investigation unfolded, shrouded in mystery. No signs of forced entry marred the home, no alarms triggered. The baby monitor footage, tainted by that haunting voice, offered no clear answers. How could a child disappear without a trace, leaving behind only questions and shadows of doubt? Suspicions turned to the mother, Rebecca, her past struggles with postpartum depression casting a shadow over her grief. Yet, as forensic teams combed through the evidence, tiny fibers on the windowsill hinted at a clandestine entry, a skilled intruder's hand at play. As the pieces of the puzzle began to align, a new figure emerged from the shadows. Daniel, the husband, returned to a storm of accusations and doubts. His hands bore tales of a newfound hobby in rock climbing, his secrets unraveling under the scrutiny of investigators. Dark revelations surfaced a hidden life, a second family, and a web of deceit woven with threads of betrayal. The truth, cloaked in layers of deception, slowly unfurled as digital footprints led the way to a chilling discovery. Samuel, the missing child, was found in the care of a woman named Elaine, a specter from Daniel's past, driven by loss and longing. Her eyes vacant, her motives twisted by grief, she stood at the heart of a conspiracy that threatened to tear lives apart. Through a web of lies and deceit, the baby monitor emerged as a silent witness to the truth, its hacked signals revealing a tale of treachery and heartbreak. The courtroom hushed as the evidence unfurled, painting a portrait of betrayal and manipulation. In the end, justice prevailed, but scars lingered, etched in the fabric of a family torn asunder. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a new beginning, leaving behind the shadows of the past. As the night whispered its secrets, the stuffed rabbit remained a silent sentinel, a reminder of the darkness that once lurked beyond the nursery walls. And in the quiet of the night, as sleep beckoned, the truth remained, a haunting echo of a night when the baby monitor spoke of things better left unsaid. Story 27, once a quaint old library now marked for demolition, a hidden secret lay dormant, waiting to be unearthed. As the workers neared the end of their task, a serendipitous stumble revealed a concealed latch within a dusty bookshelf. With a soft click, the shelf swung open, unveiling a passage shrouded in mystery, leading to a forgotten chamber. The air hung heavy, thick with the weight of time, undisturbed for decades. No furniture adorned the space, save for a solitary chair at its center, firmly bolted to the floor. Etched repeatedly on the wall, a haunting message echoed, "I am still here." The foreman, sensing unease, swiftly alerted the authorities. What began as a routine demolition swiftly morphed into a chilling enigma. Detective Morgan Walsh, a seasoned investigator, found himself drawn into a realm of darkness unlike any he had encountered in his 2 decades on the force. Standing at the entrance, his flashlight pierced the shadows, revealing the cryptic words that adorned the walls. "Secure the scene," Walsh commanded, his voice resonating in the confined chamber. "Let no one disturb a thing until forensics arrive." The library's history whispered tales of intrigue. Once owned by the prominent Harrington family, the building had been gifted to the public following the mysterious vanishing of their daughter, Rebecca. Her disappearance during her final year of college left a void, her abandoned car the only clue, abandoned near the woods. Despite exhaustive searches, the truth remained elusive. The prevailing theory hinted at a voluntary escape, but her family harbored darker suspicions. As forensic experts meticulously combed the hidden chamber, traces of hair and fibers clung to the ancient chair. The walls bore witness to a struggle, with faint remnants of blood and skin hidden beneath layers of neglect. Initial findings hinted at a young female presence, a poignant echo of a past long forgotten. Walsh, sensing a tangled web of betrayal, delved into the Harrington family's past. A peculiar timeline emerged, linking the library's donation to Rebecca's disappearance. Further scrutiny unearthed unsettling connections. The contractor behind the hidden room, a confidant of Maxwell Harrington, Rebecca's uncle and family patriarch. Financial records hinted at clandestine dealings, shrouded in secrecy. Interviews with former staff unveiled a startling revelation. Maxwell's solitary visits to the untouched section of the library, his insistence on preservation, now cast in a sinister light. A librarian's memory surfaced, recalling his solitary vigils, shielded from prying eyes. The investigation took a harrowing turn as DNA evidence tied Rebecca to the hidden room. She had not fled, but had been held captive, potentially by her own kin. Armed with a warrant, detectives scoured the Harrington estate, unearthing a hidden journal within Maxwell's study. Its pages chronicled a descent into obsession, culminating in a chilling ultimatum. Confronted with damning evidence, Maxwell's veneer cracked. The truth spilled forth a tale of greed, deception, and unspeakable horror. Rebecca's fate lay bare, a tragic end to a life extinguished too soon. Beneath the floorboards of the hidden room, Rebecca's remains lay in silent repose, her silver bracelet a poignant reminder of a life lost to darkness. The Harrington family bore witness to Maxwell's reckoning, a somber conclusion to a saga of betrayal and despair. The library, once slated for destruction, stood as a monument to a life unjustly taken. Flowers adorned its entrance, a tribute to a soul silenced but never forgotten. In the quiet of the night, whispers of justice echoed through the halls as Rebecca's poignant message, "I am still here," resonated, ensuring her story would endure, a beacon of truth in a world shrouded in shadows.